Okay, so good morning, everyone, and welcome back to Summer Course 2024. So hopefully you are ready for today's lectures. And for the morning session, you will join lectures. We'll talk about forest engineering for climate resilience and health, and we'll discuss about the experts on the field of forestry. Today, this morning, we have three speakers. First, we have speakers from Universitas Gadjah Mada, Faculty of Forestry. Second, we have professor from University of New South Wales, Australia. And third, we have speakers from University of British Columbia, Canada. For the recap, here's the short video. All right, now we are moved to the first speakers. We have Insinyur Tomy Listyanto, S.Hut M Environmental Science Ph.D, IPU ASEAN Engineering. He is a lecturer from Faculty of Forestry, Universitas Gadjah Mada. He got his bachelor degree from Universitas Gadjah Mada in 2001, and then he continued her master degree in Southern Cross University, Australia in 2008, and for his PhD he got from Tokyo University of Agriculture and Technology, Japan in 2013. Pak Tomy has an expertise regarding wood drying and preservations, wood properties and modifications, ergonomic forestry cluster, and biomaterials. And also, he has an interest regarding the issues of wood drying and preservations, wood properties and modification, and also ergonomic forestry. For around 45 until 60 minutes, I will give the stage to Pak Tomy. Pak Tomy, stage is yours. Give big applause, guys.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Good morning, everyone. Thank you, Mr. Yopi. Today, I would like to share information with you. So, I am a lecturer in Faculty of Forestry. Have been to forest? Anyone have been to forest? For how many years or how many days? Staying in the forest, yes. Yes. 4 days, okay. Another one? Stay in the forest? Yes, please. How many days? Okay, thank you. Yeah, okay, so we are in a different field, so medicines and forestry, but I think there is a connection between forest and forestry. So, next slide, please. Okay, I would like to share innovative forest management and engineering practices for climate adaptation. So I just come back from Papua. You know Papua? Papua is one of the area who has a lot of forests in the province. So I stayed there for almost 1 week to find the primary forest with a high density forest to obtain how the forest can absorb carbon dioxide. We have a program followed, we call food orientations, reforestation, and land use. Next, please. Oh, sorry. Which one? Okay. So when I was invited to talk about the forest, I was thinking in this slides. So forest and health. So if you have been to the forest is the environment that's very cool, beautiful, yeah, in the primary forest. But in the lockover area forest, it's very hot, and it's a hard job for the forester, yeah. So yeah, if you imagine forest, this kind of things, you can go to the Mangunan forest from here, maybe just 2 hours from here. You can ask the committee. You can go there, and it's also beautiful forest. Or you can go to the Merapi mountain. So near the mountain, there are some pine forests. Forests occupy about 30% of the world's land area and are teeming with biodiversity, providing a vital resource for human health and medicine. So I was thinking about that. So if you see, this is honey. The genuine honey from the forest is health. But sometimes if you buy honey from the market, sometimes not pure, not genuine. So they put some sugar, for example, yeah. It's not good for us. And also some herb. Yeah, I have been to maybe around 15 countries in the world, and I saw there are so many herbs. But in the Europe, maybe less number of the herb. And if you try to eat Japanese food, normally rich and spicy, especially, yeah. And some people don't like that. So intersection of forest and medicine encompasses both the direct use of plant-derived compounds in pharmaceutical and therapeutic benefit of being in nature. But this is the background that this presentation will emphasize the importance of conserving forests as invaluable ecosystem. Which one the sensor? Yang bawah? Okay. Oh, the black. Okay. Sorry. Yeah. Sometimes we meet that kind of the picture, drought, fire, smoke, and flooding. That's sometimes occur in Indonesia. And last year in maybe July or August, we have this kind of severe smoke in Sumatra. So I was there and I couldn't see sunrise, and always covered by smoke for almost 1 week. Yeah, it was Pekanbaru and Palembang. Yeah, Palembang. Have you been to Palembang? Yeah, this special food from there. So it's better to talk about food in the morning. Have you had a breakfast this morning? Not yet. Okay. So during wet season, we face flooding. During dry season, we have drought. Yeah. Sometime in the dry season, we face forest fire and severe smoke. Why forest fire? Because sometimes when we conduct forest, to open the forest, we open by firing the forest. Open and then make a fire. Too easy to make it open. That's why sometimes uncontrolled. Then we face severe forest fire in Indonesia. Around 5 years ago, we had a big forest fire in Indonesia, and we send smoke to neighbor countries, and we get complaint from that. But last 5 years or more, we could reduce the number of forest fire. Okay, so if we talk climate change, is climate already changed? Anyone have a comment? Sorry? It's always changed, yes. Any other comment? 5 years ago, I accompanied my friend from Germany. We conduct a sampling for dendrochronological tests from old trees in Indonesia to measure whether in the past, how much the temperature, is there any rain that day or not? And he taught me that the temperature actually, it's fluctuated. Sometime up, sometime down, then up again and down again. But in the last around decade or more, the temperature have been increasing. What's the fact? Yeah, temperature increase, a lot of flooding. Yeah. This is because, some people say because of greenhouse effect. Yeah. In normal carbon dioxide, solar radiation come to the earth and then the heat re-radiated and more heat escape into the space and only less heat trapped in atmosphere. But in a rampant of CO2, less heat escape into the space and then more come back or trapped in atmosphere. Yeah. So greenhouse gases are gases in the atmosphere that warm the earth by absorbing energy and slowing the rate at which energy is kept in the atmosphere. And also, if we can see from the slides, there are also several human activities that release greenhouse gases that increase also global warming. So methane from farming, nitrous oxide, carbon dioxide, and also some several equipment. Actually, in normal condition, the input and output of carbon dioxide is almost equal. Yeah, almost equal. This one. So this is greenhouse gas sources, burning fossil fuel for electricity generation. Yeah, in Indonesia, we still use a lot of fossil fuel for our electric generation, like also coal. And sometimes we use electricity car. Is it green or no? Why? Yeah. Yeah. Mm-hmm. Yeah. So. Yeah. 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 Okay. Yeah. The electricity is green, but the source of electricity for the power plant, yeah, they still use coal mining. But Indonesia have a signed agreement that will eliminate using coal, making zero in 2060, 10 years later than other countries. Yeah, it's hard. And one of the program is co-firing. Yeah. Co-firing is replacing the number of coal by biomass. Yeah. No start in 25%. In the last 5 years, I'm working with a national company of electricity and also Ministry of Energy to inventory how much biomass biofuel that we have to support the renewable energy. Yeah. And also how to make plantation forest for energy. Because if we use only for the waste, then the supply of biomass still low compared to the demand of, for example, power plant. It's a hard effort for our country. And also, if we change from a coal mining to the solar system, and she said nickel mining make broken our ecosystem. So we have to think in globally. So once burning fossil fuel for electricity generations. But actually, if we talk in energy, how much the electricity used by the citizen can show how welfare the country. Yeah. Second, manufacturing process and cement production. Yeah. If we use building, use cement, I don't know if this is cement or not. Yeah, some combination between steel and some fiber, or look like fiber. So if we use cement in our houses, we also contribute to greenhouse gas. Yeah. Transportation, cars, truck, airplanes, and ship also contribute to the greenhouse gases. Also agricultural practices, livestock farming, and also using chemical fertilizer use. Yeah. And the last one, waste management, including landfill decomposition and waste incineration also contribute. Yeah. We can see from the slide. And this is in the word greenhouse gases emission by sector. Energy still dominates around 73.2%. And then followed by agriculture, forestry, and land use around 18.4%. That's why in Indonesia we focus on how to reduce greenhouse gas emission in energy sector and also in forestry and land use. Sometimes we call it FOLU, forestry and other land use. This is important. If we decrease the source for energy and forestry, then hopefully we can reduce the number of greenhouse gas emissions. And this one, the effect of climate change, for example, change in climate, it increased global temperature, extreme weather in disaster. In the last 2 or 3 years, when we use airplanes, sometimes we have to stop on the runway because of bad weather. So more frequently, no. So if we consider that, we have to consider climate change. Precipitation extremes, sea level rise, and also change in land use and growing seasons. And also extreme heat. Yeah. And I think in Yogyakarta in the last maybe 2 weeks, we face almost 40 or feel 40 degrees Celsius that we never have in the past. Air and water pollutions, reduce food and water quality, and also change in infectious disease and vector transmission. I think this is in your area. And also increasing allergies for the health impact. So let me know if there is something wrong about that. Heat related to illness. Yeah. When I was in Japan, I experienced a heat stroke at that time. So it's not good for health. And also cardiovascular disease, stroke and other chronic conditions, injuries and death, mental and neurological disorders, zoonotic vector and waterborne disease, respiratory disease, and asthma. Yeah. I think you have known this one better than me. Okay, this is about Indonesian diversity. So if we talk forest, then we talk about diversity. So if you have question, please raise your hand and directly ask to me. And also in the online platform, in the Zoom, you can raise hand, and I think the committee will let me know if there is a question from the online participant. Indonesia is a land of incredibly rich flora and fauna species, and I think the second largest biodiversity in the world. Yeah, and this is in Raja Ampat. Have you been to Raja Ampat? Yeah, it's beautiful. Yeah. And you can see many things in the forest. Yeah. We have 28,000 species of flowering plants. 4,000 are woody tree species. Yeah. 122 species of bamboo. 350 species of rattan, 2,500 different kinds of orchids, easily. So when I went to the forest, I can enjoy many orchids that I couldn't find in the city. Sometimes, I would like to check the orchid, but sometimes we consider we could conserve rather than take it out. For example, this is a peacock. Yeah. If you meet directly, no, you can go to Banyuwangi in Alas Purwo Forest. For student of Faculty of Forestry in the first year, we normally have field practices. We go there and we can see these birds easily. Yeah. And sometimes in the forest in Ngawi, around here, you can find if the forest in good condition. Yeah, in good condition. And also we have 10% of the world's mammalia species, 16% of the world's reptile in amphibia species, and 17% of the world's bird species. So when I was in Papua, there is a place we called Malagufuk that is very famous for bird watching. And normally they go there in the early morning or stay overnight in the forest. And then in the early morning, they can find kasuari and other birds that's very beautiful. In Papua, in Sorong. Cendrawasih, Cendrawasih in Kaswari, that's good. Yeah. This is Indonesian diversity. Then, this is the forest area and area recommendation for forest product in Indonesia. We have a protected forest area around 29.65 million hectares. Limited production forest, 26.8 million hectares. Production forest, 29.33 million hectares. And converted production forest, around 12.79 million hectares. This is from the forest area. Forest area mean owned by state. Yeah. Out of a private forest, so different. So if you have a forest in your private land, not included in this data. So we call it community forest or private forest. This is only state forest. And this is Indonesia. Yeah. The forest normally stay in still in Kalimantan, small in Java, and mostly in Papua. Yeah. If you have time, you have to go to Papua. This is Raja Ampat, this beautiful scenery in here. Also in Halmahera, also you can not surfing, what called snorkeling. Do you like snorkeling? Snoring or snorkeling? It's different, eh? Yeah, Indonesia. I have been to almost all provinces in Indonesia except, I forget, one or two provinces. Aceh and one province in Sulawesi. In other province, I have been there. Yeah. Some province I visited many times. Forest and other land use change. Yeah. Forest and other land use change. Forests storage large amount of carbon in their biomass and perform the very important ecosystem services of helping to regulate global climate. So if we talk global warming, climate change, we have to consider forests. If forests are converted to the other land uses, they release their carbon as carbon dioxide, an important greenhouse gases. So, according to the study, to support your life, you absorb oxygen, is it right? Still absorb oxygen for your life. You need around 38 to 42 trees in 1 year. So you have to plant 40 trees to support your life, to get the oxygen in your life. Otherwise, you loan your life to the forest. We can see from the slide, this is a human activity, forest fire, manufacture. This uses fossil fuel emission, biomass burning, deforestation, and release carbon dioxide. But the carbon dioxide absorbed by trees when they do photosynthesis. Yeah. Okay? It's clear that forests help us to absorb carbon dioxide. The sustainable forest carbon cycle. Carbon is the basic building block of life. Trees absorb carbon dioxide during photosynthesis, and oxygen is released, and the remaining carbon is stored in the biomass. They keep the biomass in the stem, in the leaf, etc. Some carbon is released back into the atmosphere from forest deadwoods, litter, and soil pool due to decomposition. But sustainably managed forests are a net carbon absorber. That's why we have to keep sustainable forests. The carbon in harvested wood product continue to store carbon, which can eventually be released back into the atmosphere unless it recycled or used for bioenergy. That's why in this presentation, we talk about how forest management practices. We will talk forest, reforestation and afforestation, agroforestry system, sustainable timber harvesting, fire management techniques, mangrove conservation and restoration, forest monitoring technology, wetland restoration, and also we consider community based forest management, education and awareness program, policy and governance reforms. We will talk about this. What's different between reforestation and afforestation? What's the difference? Reforestation and afforestation. Planting native tree species help restore degraded land and increase carbon storage. And project often occurs on involving local communities to ensure sustainability and provide economic incentive. Yeah. So reforestation is developing forests in the area that used to be a forest. But afforestation is developing a forest that used to be in the long years, in the long term, is a degraded area, not the forest. And agroforestry system, we integrating trees with crops and livestock that can improve soil health, increase biodiversity, and enhance carbon sequestration. Where we use agroforestry system. What's agroforestry means? Yeah, combination between trees and agriculture crop. Why? Why we use that? Why we select that? Reduce the open land, but we can only plant trees actually. But why we use also agriculture crop? Increase the number of the species. Yeah. Okay, good. Any other comment? Actually, we can plant a trees all area, but we consider a lot of people around the forest, and they need food from the forest area, and they couldn't eat trees directly. Is that right? If we can inventure the what we call termite can eat trees directly. So we can found the mechanism of the termite, and then we can apply it to our body, so we can eat directly the trees. It's good for us. So we can go everywhere and just eat trees. We have to consider termite. Termite is, do you know termite? Yeah. Can we make enzyme to break the cellulose in our system? Not yet. Not yet, maybe. Yeah. It's your area. Sustainable timber harvesting. Some people don't like use timber. I will let you know why you use timber for your daily life. Fire management techniques, implementing fire break, control burns, and traditional fire management practices can reduce the incident and impact of forest fire, which have significant environmental and health impact. Forest monitoring technology, we use AI. Do you use AI for your study? That's free software or you should use AI in wise way. Sorry? Yeah, please. What's the main cause? Forest deforestation. Okay, in Indonesia. Any comment from Indonesian student? Please raise your hand. Is there any Indonesian student here? Banyak. Yeah. Do you know what's the main cause of deforestation? Okay. Yeah, first is illegal logging. Yeah, yeah, first. Because in the past, yeah, of course, decreased significantly. Yeah. In last year, no, in 2018, I was expert witnesses for in the in the Papua because some illegal logging activities, and yeah, because if we cut the trees illegally, it means they cut without any plan, good plan. So they cut more than permitted number of the area first. Second one, converting forest into farm area, also including palm oil plantation. Rice field also, and also forest fire. Forest fire, that's combination. Both, yeah, both. In sometime in the hotspots, because of a lot of people cut the trees and then collecting the trees and fire, and then the area near the center they also fire. But sometimes because of very hot conditions, especially in Java, in some part of the mountain, they also fire. They got fire. Yeah, okay. And sometimes, actually, they are permitted to cut the forest, but they do not plant again. Yeah, sometime. That's also increase the deforestation. Okay. May I answer your question? Okay. Any other question? Also from Zoom, from online participant? Okay, I will continue. I will be back again. This is example of afforestation, reforestation, this one. This is a forest in Sumatra. One of the member of the biggest forest company in Indonesia, the APP. I saw some sponsor, maybe April, but different company. Yeah, and this is nursery. Yeah, I put my picture. No picture is what. So I have been there many times. And also we conduct tree improvement. Yeah, tree improvement. This is how many years? The age of the trees. Please guess. 5, 10, 15, 20. 5 or less? Yeah, yeah. This is 3 or 4 years trees. Yeah. If we see thick in Java, this diameter maybe already 20 years. Yeah. We call it a tree improvement. Yeah. This is agroforestry system. We combine trees and agricultural crop. So people can use the area in between the trees for their food sources. I'm not sure this one is ginger. Ginger, yeah. And this one paddy field in between, this is in Ngawi. Yeah, rice field, this one. What we call dry rice field in Indonesia, we call gogo. Yeah. So not in a wet field, in the dry field. This is thick plantation. Yeah. This is corn. Yeah. This is our first thing corn beside forest. This is our former president, Mr. Joko Widodo. It's our alumni. This graduated from Faculty of Forestry Gajah Mada University, and this is a Ministry of Environment and Forestry. And this one, our prior dean of Faculty of Forestry. We have harvesting corn inside the forest. So forest also contribute to support food. Yeah. This is peatland, yeah, in the wetland. This is also in Sumatra. Yeah, this is peatland. This is a canal. It's very dark, yeah, black and dark. And this is Acacia crassicarpa, the name of the tree species, and will be harvested for 4 years, and then will be used for pulping and for paper. So like species. Peatland, yeah. Gambut, tanah gambut, ya, tanah gambut, peatland. Yeah. This one. And subject to fire, because during dry season, there is a dilemma for the company. If the trees, there is a less of water, yeah, trees can grow well. But if the heat of the water decreasing, easy to be fire. Yeah. So we have to maintain the depth of the water in the canal area. Any questions? This is mangrove reforestation. This is in Tulungagung in the East Java province. And this one natural mangrove forest in West Kalimantan, in Pontianak. Yeah. Pontianak. And if you can find a lot of crab here. Do you like crab? Yeah. Soft shell crab, kepiting lunak. Why mangrove is important? Because short to root, they keep carbon dioxide higher compared to the other forests. So deforestation of mangrove forest will be a high impact of carbon dioxide. Yeah, storage. Yeah, abrasion and also below ground. So there are a lot of will be dead trees. Yeah, I talked before sustainable timber harvesting. Why timber? Timber is a sustainable and low carbon construction material, producing 1 ton of concrete release 159 kilos of CO2 into the atmosphere. So if we use a concrete to our building, every 1 ton we release 159 of CO2. Still release 1,240 kilos of CO2 into the atmosphere. For wood, of course, we absorb a net 1,700 kilos of CO2 from the atmosphere, because we plant the forest and the CO2 keep inside the lumber, still keep inside the lumber. Of course, some part of carbon dioxide already released to the atmosphere, but other part mostly keep in lumber. Yeah. When I was young, it means I've been there. Any question? Sorry? No, they wood absorb when as a trees. When they cut, yeah, they cannot. but the carbon dioxide still keep in the product. And in the area after cutting, they plant again. So they keep CO2, and then they have trees, another trees to absorb carbon dioxide. Yeah, yeah. Mm-hmm. Petrified with what sample?
Check.
Yeah, 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 yeah. Okay. They still have, if the yeah, if the wood still in solid, I will talk later on. Yeah. Sorry. Sorry. Maybe not in here, but if they still as a wood product, they still keep C, carbon, inside the woods. Still. So if we prolonging the surface life of wood, we still keep, yeah, of the carbon inside the wood. So if we talk sustainable forest, actually we plant, we keep until the age we can harvest with a well-managed forest, and we cut, we process. After cutting, we plant again, so the trees still can absorb the trees, and carbon absorbed by the trees still in the lumber or the wood, make a product. And then if, for example, after after 30 years, 20 years, we make a new building, and maybe the lumber still used, we call it reuse, so the carbon still inside the lumber. If we do not use, we call it recycle. So reuse and recycle is different. Reuse still use solid wood or same shape, but recycle make a particle, and then make a particle product like this one. This is from particle, yeah. This recycle, and then last one become energy. Then after burning, they release carbon CO2. So after maybe after 2 or 3 circle of planting trees, they already release. So we absorb carbon dioxide from the atmosphere more if we use lumber. The key is the productivity is more than utilization. If we cut under the productivity, so we can keep the sustainable forest. But if the productivity less than utilization, we move to the deforestation or forest degradation. There is an idiom that sustainable forest establishment can be achieved by sustainable market orientation. So we have some area of Java, it was degraded land, and we built a company, lumber company, and somebody said, we don't have lumber, we don't have trees, why you build a lumber company? So will be deforestation. But actually, after that, because the company buy the lumber, then people plant the trees because they can sell the lumber from the trees. Then a lot of people plant the trees. Then the degraded area were converted into the forest area. So sustainable forest establishment can be achieved by sustainable market orientation. Business to business is good rather than we have to forcing people to plant. Timber provide one of our most promising hope for real be hitting net zero. We can see from this slide that from forest that absorb a lot of carbon dioxide, make timber, wood manufacture, offset manufacture, timber panel, finished building, recycle, wood furniture, etc., electricity, and then release CO2, and then absorb. The construction industry has played continues to play a massive role in climate change. The construction sector accounted for 37% of energy and process-related CO2 emission in 2031. Timber is naturally renewable material that can reduce the carbon footprint of the construction project by absorbing carbon dioxide from the atmosphere and storing it through the lifetime of building, after which can be reduced or converted into energy. When sourced from responsibly managed forest, the key is responsibly managed forest. Timber can be used to make buildings that are carbon neutral or even carbon negative. So I think time almost up. So this is forest management. In the forest management practices, you can remember this one. Yeah, this one, the resume of forest management practices. This one, and then yes, the sustainable forest management cycle. We plan, keep the forest, maintain the forest, use the forest, monitoring, and then plan again. This is a sustainable forest management cycle. Challenge is forest certification, trust, ecological and economical aspects should be both, and sustainability. I think that's all my presentation. Any questions? Yeah, please. Yeah, please.
Hello everyone. Let me introduce myself. My name is M.Kep from Gajah Mada University, and I will ask a question about how can international police promote sustainable reforestation and afforestation? What are the main challenges in implementing cross-border regulations to protect newly formed forests and ecosystem? Thank you.
Yeah. International already play a role for the reforestation, afforestation by using accepted forest product that they use, yeah, as a well-managed forest with forest certification. Without forest certification, we cannot sell our product. Yeah, that's one. Second one, they will give donation or grant or etc. if we can show our effort to protect our forest and also to increase the number area of forest. Of course, some effort between government to government, government to NGO, NGO to NGO, government to business, and etc. There are many type of way to make our country improve or increase reforestation and afforestation. May I answer your question? Okay. Any other questions? Moderator.
Dr. Tomy, however, ada pertanyaan. There's another question from online, I think.
Please, from the online participant. No question in television. Okay, yeah. From Derara Mulune from Ambo University, Ethiopia. I want to ask Prof. Ika, so not for me, on climate change and yeah, I think the question is not for me. it's for Dr. Ika, maybe in the previous presenter. Yeah. Is there any direct relation between drug resistance and climate change rather than indirect effect? For instance, using in high temperature or in low temperature?
So, Dr. Tomy,
next.
this is the question for you.
Okay.
So, you previously explained the deforestation, noting that it involves, I cannot read again. I can read. Okay. So, the deforestation, noting that it involves the illegal cutting down of trees. Here, I would like to ask what are the potential consequences of large-scale deforestation on global climate patterns? Additionally, does this relate to the extreme temperature fluctuation we have been experiencing recently? See, this is the question from Reza Dwi Lestari from Patimura University.
Okay, yes. Maybe there is a different perception. First, if we cut the trees and then we plant the trees again, it's not deforestation. But if we cut the forest and we do not plant again, then we do deforestation. If a deforestation occur, then a lot of area that used to be absorber of carbon dioxide and then no function for absorbing carbon dioxide again. And then will increase the number of CO2 in the atmosphere. Then the effect of the rampant of CO2, it was explained that become a higher temperature. So different between forest cutting and deforestation. Of course, if we cut the forest without any planting again, that's deforestation. That's my answer.
Okay, so
yeah, mangrove, yes.
Sorry.
Okay, yeah.
Yes, thank you. A few months ago, we planting mangrove at Muara Progo, but the local people say that this mangrove is hard to live because it's easily terluka.
Yeah, not suitable for the area because high wave and high winds and etc.
The mangrove is all have been researched the species that is suitable for the area, but still that the mangrove is easily if the mangrove is terluka, and then it dead. So I would like to ask how we choose the area for mangrove replantation because there is a laguna in the middle of the river, and we planted it there. If we consider the wave, the current of the river, if we could choose the area to plant, what area would we plant first in considering that environmental water around?
Okay, so mangrove can be planted if the environment, the water is combination between seawater and the river water in combination. We call payau in Indonesia. But we can see in the southern part of Java Island, we found less the number of mangrove. But of course, we still find mangrove in the southern part of Java Island. We can see in the Cilacap, we can find also in the Baron, in maybe 1 hour from here, Baron area also we have a mangrove, but it's hard. Treaties, yes, and also sampat. Just because sometimes it was distracted by farming like
Pasir.
Sand mining and also tambak.
Garam.
tambak udang. But in English, yeah, they for farming. Yeah, they cut the mangrove.
Farming? For shrimp farming.
Yeah, shrimp. Yeah, shrimp farm. Sorry.
I mean that if we want to plant new mangrove, and we plant that in Muara Progo, in Laguna, considering the current from the river and arus pasang dan arus sungai di Laguna tersebut, daerah mana yang sebaiknya kita tanami duluan supaya mangrove-nya itu bisa survive?
Sometimes easy in the
North side or the south side?
No, normally in the north side first, and then start again to the southern part. So start from the easy one, because if they hem slide, they will start. But sometimes the researcher want to start from the hardest one. So there are research. We had our faculty have research in the
faculty of the forestry from UGM also plant in the same place, and they plant at the south, we plant at the north. But the north mangrove is not not good. Yes, not good.
Because of environment or because of people? Sometimes
environment. Yes.
But normally the environment in the northern part is easier than in the southern part. Yeah, but depend on the species. Yeah, we have to check. We have to check the suitability of the species. So because from the frontier until to the backyard, there's a different type of species of mangrove that's suitable for that area. So we have to check. Sometimes different between area and the other.
Could be different species.
Sorry?
Between the north and the south of the Laguna could be different species of mangrove?
Could be. Yeah, could be. There are different type of species. Like Avicenna, and then Rhizopora, and then Bruguera. Sometimes Rhizopora and Avicenna. But it's normally Avicenna in the front, and the Rhizopora in the back, some Bruguera, and etc.
For the 4-layer.
Yeah. So, and also Soneratia. They can have lime, or not lime, juice of Soneratia.
Thank you. Salah satu hambatan yang dihadapi masyarakat di sana dalam penanaman mangrove itu eceng gondok. Penyebarannya karena penyebaran eceng gondok itu horizontal sehingga Nah, itu
there's a human intervention to keep to reduce the number of eceng gondok. Yeah, of course. Yeah, there is a human.
What could we do to
First,
overcome that?
We have to reduce physically. Second one, we have to change the environment that supports eceng gondok to grow faster, because they need a specific environment of water. So if we change, we manipulate, then the eceng gondok could not grow well in that area. So physically reduce and also manipulate the environment.
Okay, I think I need more resources to learn how to manipulate that.
Yes. Okay.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much for the very interesting discussion. Thank you very much once again, Dr. Tomy. However, our time is up, so you may still discuss with Dr. Tomy after this, I think. Yeah, Dr. Tomy. Once again, so you may contact to the committee or asking directly to him. Okay, now it's time for our second speaker. May I ask that? Yes, please. Yeah, silakan. Thank you very much once again, Dr. Tomy, for the very interesting lectures regarding deforestation, and also very interesting discussion. That's quite wide discussion until how to develop mangrove forests and saving the environment. So now we already have here Professor Xiaoqi Feng. Am I correct to pronounce your name, professors? I'm sorry if I have a little mistake on pronouncing your name. So,
All right, thank you. I think you're
yeah.
great. You must
Okay.
have learned the Mandarin before.
Not yet. Okay. Okay. Professor Xiaoqi Feng. So let me introduce herself first. So Professor Xiaoqi Feng is Professor of Urban Health and Environment at the UNSW School of Population Health. She is also the honorary professional fellow at the George Institute for Global Health Australia. And wow, she already authorized more than 200 publications with a career filled with it, citation impact over 9. That's very huge. And she also led 4 major research projects with very huge funding, including an HMRC and Heart Foundation Fellowship. And she leads a research program focused on improving urban health and reducing health inequalities. So this is done by evidencing place-based intervention through conducting longitudinal studies of big data. For example, like health benefits of urban greening and randomized trials of social prescribing programs and related initiatives. So this project usually conducted mostly through the Population Wellbeing and Environmental Research Lab, or called Power Lab. And this is a multi-university network which she co-founded in 2016 and co-directs and also the Rapid Urbanization and Population Health, RUPH, research group based at UNSW. So she also co-created the widely cited domain of pathways, probably we learned later, and then also the concept of lonely-genic environment. This is a very interesting term, lonely-genic environment. So I think now the time is yours, professors. You may start your lecture.
Thank you very much for the introduction. By the way, just say everyone can hear me because I can hear echo whenever I see a sentence.
Yeah, very clearly.
Okay, great. Thank you. If there's a way from your side could temporarily mute it because I can hear the icon, which is really quite disrupting.
Oh, probably this is because of the sound we have here. Since we do the hybrid, so probably the sound did not really clear. But professors, you may continue your lecture.
Now it's great.
Yes.
Okay, I will start anyway, although I can keep going here. There's another voice, just my own voice repeated after like a couple of seconds. I think if you could mute your side of microphone, just so I won't be able to hear you, but if students have questions, then you can turn on. Yeah? Okay, now it's great. Thank you everyone for inviting me for joining this summer course. As your host introduced me, I'm Xiao. You can feel free to call me Xiao. I'm a professor of urban health and environment from UNSW. So today I'm going to talk to you about greener cities and healthier lives. So there are few of things I just want to cover before we start the lecture. Just give you a little bit background of me, and thanks for the introduction earlier. So this is some of the research program I'm running, particularly on built environment and health, and we're really interested in about green space. And my research has been successfully translated to our local and also international greening policies, which we'll talk a lot more. And from my research lab, which you can see at the bottom, the Power Lab, if you're interested in learning more about it. And you can see that we have a lot of students and postdocs over time, we even have Eddie come from Indonesia. I think he come from Bali, and he graduated a couple of years ago. Now he's working as a postdoc at Liverpool University in UK. We have published a lot of paper, just only about green space and house. I think I have about 100 papers literally published on this topic to really provide solid scientific evidence to the government and the policymaker to make the right policy to keep us healthy and out of hospital. So today I'm going to talk three things. Number one, why is green space good for our health? And who is not benefiting from green space? And number three, what is the potential solution? So I just want you to have a moment. I mean, if the students, I see most of you are sitting in the classroom, so it's fairly safe. You're not driving. And our online students, if you are not driving either, you might want to even close your eye. Just think about when was the last time you were in a green space or park? What were you doing? And who you were with? And what were you enjoying the most? And I think we all have that moment in the green space that we really relax and all just share some fun with our friends and the family. So I'm going to encourage you now just to do a little interaction with me and also with your colleagues. We will then see by the end. So if you have already have the handout, you could just press the link at the bottom of this page. If you don't, you might want to use your mobile phone, just to scan this QR code that will lead you to this Padlet. I don't know whether many of you have used the Padlet before, but I already put my question here. So you can tell us your favorite green space and also the name of the green space or the park and where is it, and tell us why you love it. Just a quick run about how to use Padlet. Really, really easy. So earlier when you see the Padlet, at the very bottom here, the right bottom, there's a plus sign. Once you get to this page, and you just press this plus, either use your phone or use your computer. And then once you press that, then they will say you can edit it. It could be totally anonymous, but if you want us to know who you are, that's also great. And this is where once you press edit, it will jump out a window and you can write your subject, whatever you like to write. And then you can also put links or upload the photos of the park, or you can write us a lot more to us. So this is an example I wrote. I wrote Xiao's favorite green space, and then I find the link for my favorite park in Sydney, which is in Centennial Park. And once I put the link in there and I press this right top button, and then it show here. And then and a little bit more information, the name of the park, the location, and why I love it. Once you've done all this, remember to press the publish button, and then everyone will see it. Until you press the publish, only yourself can see it. So just a little bit exercise, and we will have a look about this page by the end of today's lecture. So this is what it looks like when you publish, and we'll hopefully see a lot of many more of those short posts on the Padlet. It's always great to share about where is our favorite park. It could be in where you are living now, but also could be a hometown or somewhere you visited before. Oh, and then if you like someone's post, you can press this star. And or if you want to add some comments, and you can write your comments and press publish or plus, that will show as well. So talk about parks. Just want to play a little bit park bingo here. I hope everyone knows where this is, right? Because I'm full screen, so I'm not able to see you. But I hope that someone maybe see where this is, and you can shorten in the in your classroom or type in if you're online. Say where is this? This is Sydney, I hope that if you have ever been here, you make sure you spend a big good time here, just at our Darling Harbor, and with beautiful. This is Circular Quay and Sydney Bridge, and also of Opera House. There's quite a lot of small pocket parks around, and this beautiful purple tree is jacaranda tree, and at this moment, it's actually is a season for jacaranda tree. Very beautiful. Anyone guess where is here? A lot of tree canopies and with beautiful beach. This is Sydney North Shore, Mosman, one of the richest neighborhood in Sydney. The average housing price here probably is about 5-6 Australia million dollars. If anyone have been Sydney or studied or visited UNSW where I'm working, and you probably know where this is. Okay, this is Centennial Park, a really a hidden gem and treasure in our city, because this is a very, very beautiful large park. And also I mentioned this is my favorite one. You could have a lot of fun here. And guess where is this? This is also a lot of nice green space, but also next to blue space, which is called Bondi Beach. Again, this is really close to where I live. I feel very spoiled with big parks and also a lot of nature, like a Bondi Beach. And this is like 10 minutes drive, probably less from the university. And finally, just show this is our campus. So if you have studied here, congratulations. I know some of you have studied here. That's why I have been invited to give this lecture. And if you're thinking about further education or when you visit Sydney, and please come to our campus. Very happy to meet you, have a coffee. So even we are in one of the most beautiful cities in the world, I would say. But we still have a lot of health problem. So look at this map. This is a map I and team produced a few years ago, and it still looks very similar. So what you can say here that the blue color means we have very low risk of developing type 2 diabetes. Where you see right on really orange color, this is where you can see people have higher risk of diabetes. So the people who living in the North Shore, like Mosman earlier, I show you the beautiful picture with a lot of green space, tree canopy, and also beautiful eastern suburbs like where the UNSW Bondi Beach Centennial Park located. The diabetes risk is really low as to 0 to 2.5%. But when you travel to west, where you see the colors start getting orange, get to red, and the type 2 diabetes diagnosis could be as high as 15%. That's really terrible. But then if you look at a little bit about the environment people living in, on one side is this beautiful Centennial Park. People have a lot of space going to run. If you come to a weekend, wow, people running, jogging, and cycling and riding horses. But on the other side, what do you say? A lot of new houses. Western Sydney is one of the most diverse and fast developing growing suburb in Sydney. We have a lot of new families, immigrants, and all moving in. But what you can see is a lot of houses, but there are really no trees. Where's the park? You see a little bit grass at people's front and maybe a little bit at the backyard. That's all we have. And you may say, so what? Well, if you have ever been Sydney, you don't know. If you happen to live in eastern suburb, because we are close to water and with all those trees, it's also very cool. But when you're going to western Sydney in summer, it could be as high as 40 degrees or more. And when the other side, which could be 5 degree lower temperature. And here's the thing. When we look at Blacktown and Mount Druitt, this is the two typical suburbs in western Sydney. And if you look at this map, they have far less tree canopies because they have a lot of yellow color. This is which means the tree canopy is about between 0 to 5%. But when you look at North Shore, tree canopies everywhere, and it's really green. So there is definitely a link between green space, tree canopy, and house. And then you may say, how? Well, this is where I'm going to use quite a lot of the research from my lab to demonstrate to you why is green space good for our health. So many years ago, I think this goes back actually 8 years ago, a group of researchers from all over the world and to investigate about and also discussing about exploring the pathway linking green space and health. This is one of the highest citation paper in the field at the moment, and you can see I was there. I still look a lot younger, and after publish 200 papers, I think now I get a lot more gray hair. So let's just get into about this conceptual model. So how green space link to health pathway? One is where building capacity. So this is where we talk about when you go into the park, going to a green space, you probably do some physical activity. You're running, you're jogging, and you probably have better sleep. And also you probably, when you're doing the jogging, everything, you might talk to your friends and all that. And it's also where a second pathway, which we called restoring capacity. This is help you to reduce the stress. Don't know you, but I certainly have a lot of those days after a long day work, and I went to Centennial Park, just sit on the chair or even the grass, just relax. And it really helped me to refresh my mind. And we know that's good for our mental health. And also we think there's a third pathway, which is called reducing harms. So this is help, the parks help us reduce the heat and also the noise and also the air pollution. So we think there are three pathways. And now I'm going to use some of my research to show you. And this is the case. So we're talking about a life course, and if you haven't studied in UNSW or plan to come to my school, I'm teaching environmental health, and this is probably one of the very unique course in the entire Australia that we teaching environmental health is by life course, because we know the environment exposure, the benefits or the harm usually is not because you've been there for 1 hour. The long-term benefits or the harm is over our life course. So let us start from when we right in the mom's belly and all the way to when we become teenagers. So this is a paper, by the way, I include all the references on the slides, and I highly encourage you to read some of them, if not all, because I know you're going to have a post test, and all of the questions you should be able to find from today's presentation and also those papers. So we find that children and the moms, when they living in the greener neighborhood, and when the mom give birth, and they tend to have far lower risk of developing lower birth weight for the baby. And why that is important? Well, I think if we have medicine students today here, you would know, because a lot of research has shown if children baby bow with low birth weight, they're high risk of developing cardiovascular diseases in the later stage of their life. And we also find that if we have higher quality green space nearby and our children have a lower risk of developing, the lower lipid level is much better. And again, this is also highly linked with the risk of developing cardiovascular diseases later in their life as well. And also we find that children who exposure with high traffic area, which means they exposure to a lot of air pollution, there is a higher risk of developing asthma, which is no surprise. But on the other side, we also find 40% or more tree canopy and green space nearby will help reduce this risk of developing asthma if children happen also living with high traffic area. And we find not only children living with a lot of green space, we talk about 30% or more tree canopies and green space in their neighborhoods is good for their mental health well-being when they are younger, as you see on this graph. But you also find this mental health well-being gap is widened and over time, and it depends whether they're living with high quality green space or not. So we not only need to provide green space access, but also high quality green space, because no one will go into a green space they don't think is high quality for their children or allow their children to go. And we also find some people benefit a lot more from being with high quality green space, such as children, adults, and teenagers with introvert personality, which we find closer with high green space quality neighborhood, is really good for their mental health. And so when we grow, then we find that we get a little bit feel lonely sometimes. And we find that if people living with more green space, they tend to feel less lonely. No surprise. I'm not sure whether you recognize where this is. But again, if you come into Sydney, I encourage you to come this new area, which is in between High Market, the Chinatown, and also Darling. This is called Darling Quarter. They have a lot of nice restaurants, new libraries, and really bring community together. And we also find that green space quality is crucial for young moms. We find that there's significantly reduced the risk. We talk about 20% of lower odds of developing postpartum psychological distress for moms if we could provide high quality green space nearby. And this is really great news because we know 1 in 5 of women in Australia, at least in Australia, that they have been diagnosed for postpartum depression after they give birth. This is doctor diagnosed. Think about there's a lot of more women. They may suffer depression, but we don't even know. And if we could provide high quality green space, that will be helpful. And this is after we have considered controlled for education, income, all those things that really matters for psychological distress. And of course, no surprise, living closer to green space is good for our psychological distress generally for all people. And during pandemic, we did a national survey. Here's what we find. I don't know in your country, in your city, but in Sydney, we had this lockdown. So you could only walk around, travel around within, say, 1 km, 3 km, 5 km around your neighborhood. You're not allowed to go too far because the COVID. So we find that people happen to living with higher quality green space. They feel more connected with their people, neighbor, and then also they feel more active and also feel more relaxed. And we know this is really good for our mental health and well-being. And also, our research also shows that living with 30% or more tree canopy is help reduce hypertension, the blood pressure, and reduce the risk of developing diabetes, heart diseases, and also emergency visit for major cardiovascular diseases events. And when we get older, and our research find 30% or more tree canopies is help reduce the risk of developing dementia, and also help us not only living longer, but healthier. Because we all want to living longer, but we don't want to be miserable. And also earlier, if you remember, I showed you the conceptual model we developed in 2017. After 5 years, and my team also developed this new one. You can press this link, will lead you to this publication. And we think it's not only we have those pathways, but there also have interactions between the environment, the health outcomes such as loneliness, and also personal and relational, and also collective, which means community. We won't have a lot of time today to talk about this, but I encourage you to read this paper and also happy to hear from you about your thoughts. So, job done. Fantastic. And our work has been translated to local policy. So, for example, you might have heard about this 330-300. So the 30, when they talk about, is a 30% tree canopy in every neighborhood, which continue find in my research. And this has been used as international standard. And also my research has been used to making our local policies, such as City of Sydney. Hopefully next time when you're here, you will see even greener cities. And also, not only green space tree canopies, the nature good for our health, is help to save the money as well. So how much it can save? It can save 1.5 billion Australian dollar every year in Australian cities. And this is only just consider about the cardiovascular diseases event. We haven't looked at other things. So it's really good for our health and also save our money as well. But you may say, well, green space is great, but is everyone benefit from it? I have that question too. Here's some I would like to show you. Although we find that green space is really good for our children, promote physical activity, keep slim, and also they tend to have pro-social behavior. But this seems only works for boys. So what's happened to our girls? Our girls seem to miss out. I'm very keen to figure out, is that because they don't use the park, because of safety, because of quality, or something else? And we also find that people who live in apartment doesn't benefit from green space and tree canopies as much as their neighbors who live in houses. And also we find people with diabetes benefits less from green space. That's really bizarre because they would benefit could so many from the green space as we outlined earlier. So with that question, we actually did a national survey. Just want to learn a bit more why. And we find that 42% of diabetes patients spend less than 2 hours a week in nature. Well, if you're not in the nature, not in the green space, how you would be able to get the benefits? But 71% of them said they're interested in nature prescription. Well, same time, we also find 33% of Australian adults again spend less than 2 hours a week in nature. But 82% said they also happy to try nature prescription if this is a recommendation come from their doctor. So what is nature prescription? You might think there's a lot of names called nature prescription, and there's also a lot of definitions. You will see that you can also Google it. But the one is commonly you say nature prescribing involves a health professional giving patients a recommendation to spend time in nature. But is that nature prescription is a solution for everything? Well, we have that query as well. Does nature prescription works? We did this systematic review published at the Lancet Planetary Health, and we find that nature prescription works. It helps increase the walking, reduce blood pressure, and reduce depression and anxiety. But the problem is how we implement it. Who issue the nature prescription? And will just the rich people get the nature prescription? Or we could make sure the people really need it also get the nature prescription, get all the health benefits. And because we know from our other research, we find that there are people, they have actually low motivations, even being nature. And they also tend to have higher barriers to access to nature, to green space. There are just no nature or parks nearby. So how we can help them to get into nature? And I hope that we could have more research to show about how exactly nature prescription works. So we recently got this funding from Australian Medical Research Funding called a PANDA study, which is opposite from PANDA. We actually want to promote physical activity in nature for people with cardiovascular diseases age 45 and over. And I'm hoping that we will have a lot more to report in the near future how we can best implement nature prescription. And it not only we provide the green space access, and because my research, many cities are providing the new and more green space, but also high quality green space. But finally, how we can bring people get into the nature, get all the benefits. And this is some research I'm doing, exploring differences in green space qualities around the apartment houses, and also examining which green space qualities help to promote health benefits for women and girls, and also conducting RCTs on nature prescription co-design with our communities. So if you're doing similar research and thinking about doing your city or country, or if you're thinking about doing a PhD in this area, please contact me. I will be very happy to chat and see if we can collaborate. So now is a good time. I think we're going to just check about the result from our Padlet. And thank you very much. And I'm going to now just share my screen about our Padlet result. Okay. Wow, it looks amazing. I'm going to share it shortly. I just refreshed my screen. Resharing. Okay. Well, Thank you very much for your contribution. That is amazing. I can see many of you showed a lot of beautiful, beautiful parks, and I'm really looking forward to visiting many of them on the way of my journey. And I also highly encourage you to talk to each other if you're happening in the class or even online. And I always tell my students the beauty is to connect with each other. And also hopefully that maybe after today's class, you could have a walk and talk just in your local parks. Very happy to discuss with you for any questions or suggestions you may have. Thank you. Oh, sorry, you're still muted. Yeah, right.
Okay, thank you very much, Professor Feng. This is actually very interesting information from you. I think I myself one of the living proof of your theory regarding the nature, the green nature, decrease loneliness. Yeah.
Sure.
Yeah, I did not really know before that actually how I survive currently. Probably there's some indication regarding my childhood, which I spent in the green area of the nature. Because now, even though I live in the city, that it is very difficult to find the green area, green space. But however, UGM have one. We have a Wisdom Park UGM. So it is very nice area, very green. So yeah, well, in my experience, wherever I feel depressed or stressed, sometimes I can just imagine the situation during my childhood, the green space, and also going to the green, like Wisdom Park area from the UGM. So I think here, all of the students also have the same kind of experience they want to share with you. So is
Fantastic.
there anyone of you want to share your experience regarding the green space?
Yeah, I think there's an online student.
Okay.
Please.
From the online.
Uni Noman.
Yeah. Hello, Prof. Yeah.
Okay.
Hello. Yeah. Thank you so much for the wonderful talk, Prof. My question is, Prof, like you mentioned about the nature prescription. So, I mean, to make it like more causation rather than a correlation. So, are there like any other? I don't know if there are like clinical trials per se, but like beside the observational studies, are there any like very like strict criteria? Is there any strict criteria where we have observed the impact of nature prescription or the green effect on health of individuals? Yeah, thank you.
Thank you very much. So one of the paper I showed early in the slides, we published at the Lancet Planetary Health. So that is a systematic review for all the RCTs have been done to show the effect of the nature prescription. So it certainly works. But the really difficult part is about implementation. I don't have your local knowledge, but in Australia, the general practice working in the community, they're already overloaded. They're really busy. And then if you ask them to issue a nature prescription, it's quite difficult. So how we exactly do it is not just simply tell people, say, go and do a park run, because some people doesn't want to do a park run in a hot day in Australia. But there may be other things, such as they could actually go into do community gardens. So until we are able to figure out how exactly to implement it nicely and to all the population, not just to the richest, because a lot of them are already doing the nature prescription, then it's continue going to be a challenge. In Australia and also in US, there is a big trend we are talking about using non-medical treatment because the medicine is very expensive, and also when you use the medicine, usually it's when people actually already get sick. So we want to make sure we have the prevention. So we try such as nature prescription is one type of non-medical treatment that we would like to give to people to prevent and also manage their health. Because if medicine are working, then we wouldn't have all the diabetes patients all the time. And that only shows that we need non-medical treatment as well. Does not mean the non-medical treatment like nature prescription going to be a replacement, but it certainly is something very important that we need to implement also to reduce the burden and the cost.
Okay, Prof. Yeah, thank you so much. Thanks a lot. Yeah.
Thank you.
Makes sense. Yeah.
Thank you so much. So the difficult part, the challenging part is regarding the nature prescription is the area, the green space area. Is there any requirement for that in your research? What kind of green space area that it advisable to this nature prescription?
Very good question. I actually have another study which is funded by National Health Medical Research funding for 1.5 million. We're looking about park quality. We look at the sizes because like the Centennial Park I earlier showed you, it's huge. It has everything, which is fantastic. But in reality, especially rapid urbanization like cities, Jakarta and ours, Sydney, there's not many spaces you can use. So we have a lot of we call pocket parks. So they're small, but the key is that what kind of functions? If you have 5 parks around your neighborhood within, say, 20 minutes walking distance, maybe different direction, but they all have the same functions, then that's not going to work. Someone maybe feel relaxing just walking dog, then it will be great if you have an off-leash park. But on the other side, someone just say, I'm really afraid of dog. I have young kids, I don't want to see the dog at all. And then there will be parks maybe have more playground, but restricted about such as dog. So we need to really think about the functions. And this is where I think we need to work together, not just from, say, medicine. We show what probably need to be done, the benefits of the nature. But this is at the same time, I also work with my colleagues from building environment, architect, and also engineer, such as our new project, working with our local hospital, women hospital. We are greening the concrete balcony or terrace, and so we can provide a really nice environment for our nurses and doctors, the carers, relaxation and social connecting point.
Thank you. I have another question, but before that, do you have other? Yes, because if I keep asking questions, so I will monopolize this session. Okay.
Hi, Professor Feng. I'm Alan. It's really nice to see you again. It's always exciting to listen to your sharing talks. I did attend one of your talk last year in UNSW. It was very great and always exciting, and that's why we invited you to come to share about your research about green space in Sydney. And then I always interested to see, because previously you show us about the difference between the eastern suburb of Sydney and also western suburb of Sydney, just very hugely, significantly different. And then, is there any, what kind of things that you, have you tried to advocate I understand that you already make like an urban green strategies under the Sydney, I'm not sure, Western Sydney or Southeast Western Sydney. You have already the strategy. How you advocate based on your experience, because I understand that housing crisis in Sydney is a big thing too. So how you advocate the needs of the housing crisis in Sydney with the green space? Thank you. Maybe that's my question. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Eleanor. It's really nice seeing our graduate, and I hope you enjoyed the time at UNSW. So it's a really great question that about the advocacy part. As a researcher, number one, I give all the students and the researcher advices, you need to provide solid scientific evidence, solid high quality, because this is where you get a call from minister and then say, I need to learn more about it, and then you need to be able to back up your research. So then second is, I think it's a year-long advocacy. So my research, I remembered about 12 years ago, when I first present my research about green space and health benefits at Botanic Garden, I got quite a lot of policymakers sitting there and also councillors. They said, I really love your research because we want to actually keep the tree and our parks, but those are actually not asset to the government. It's actually debt. I was shocked because it needed money to maintain them, right? And they said, but we normally don't have a good reason to see it, but it simply have a health benefits. It maybe could save life and the money from the other side. But could you tell me how much percentage of green space we need? Because if you say 80%, wow, it's a forest. But how much? I said, I don't know. So, but I said, this is a great question, $1 million question. And as you say, over time, I got so many millions dollar. And to do the research, provide a solid, high quality, local scientific evidence. And then it's advocacy, and use all the opportunities to promote the research, of course, academic conferences, but I also, such as sitting at the Western Sydney Diabetes Alliance Board for 10 years, and I traveled to Blacktown. Earlier I showed you we have the highest the diabetes risk, about 100 times just within 3 years. So you can see how much effort I have put in there, and also, of course, my team. And we're working with clinicians, counselors, and traffic engineers. If you want to plant more trees, you sometimes need to make sure the policy change. There's a lot of policy there. And also work industries. That is a big power. So, for example, nursery industry, so how to innovation. They would like to see more trees and canopies and there. So they also have their advocacy venue as well. So you really need work. I would say multidiscipline and with a lot of different dimensions to make this happen, and you may have to be patient. But I feel I'm very lucky that I actually see as a public health researcher that my research has been used making, I would say, positive policies in my lifetime, because a lot of time people doesn't know their research have been used, or they may never has been. So we need a patient and just keep going. And also some big event may also help. So for example, COVID. Suddenly, people can't not going to gym anymore, and everyone going to the park, and you see everyone there, and then government's like, wow, we need more parks, high quality. So how much we need? Then say, wow, Xiao, your research showed that that is a figure we need 30% or more. So continue do the good work and actively advocate to the communities, industry partners, and all the people who could potentially help us. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Professor Feng. There is a very important emphasize, I think, the one that you mentioned about the advocation. So I think one that we should show the result of your research is also the government regarding the city plan. That is, I think it is very important how to make the city's plan. Yeah. So now we have another question. So, excuse me. Okay.
Thank you. Do I need to turn or? Okay. Yeah. Or no?
You can just state it from here. So
yes. So I'm Alkidan. I'm a medical student from Amsterdam, and I saw that your research is mainly focused on patients with diabetes or any other comorbidity. But what is it like for the healthcare workers? Do they also benefit from these changes?
Very good question. I think just let me put this my part of love. Okay, great. I think it's a really great question. I definitely think they will benefit from the green space because they are no different from others. And as you know, healthcare workers, unfortunately, a lot of time working very intensively and in the emergency situation. And a lot of time, there's no window in their offices, right? It's all those individual wards. This is where actually triggered me when I visited our local, one, I think the largest and maybe the only women hospital, rural hospital of women, just next door to UNSW, if you one day get a chance to visit us. And I was shocked when I see all those people doing great work, but they don't have any places to relax. And so I talk with the senior leaders, executives in the hospital because they also care about their staff mental health well-being. And so that's why we are doing this trial and to renovate their terraces. At the moment, it's totally concrete. They're not even see any, plants, but we make it really going to be greener and relaxing. So when they have the shift or have the break, during the day or even the evening, they have a place they can relax and also a good place to meet other people as well. So we hope that works, because if that works, just in that hospital, they have another 5 balconies. And also, I remember when I visited, one of the people actually happened was having lunch. Just in their kitchen outside is a balcony. Said, "Please help us, and if you can greening our balconies, and we'll have much better working experience." So I definitely think the healthcare workers, but also other jobs such as firefighters, right? They are working really intensively and with stress, and being in nature will definitely help them. They maybe have even extra benefits for them than some other people. So if you're interested in this area, it would be great to talk, and I'm sure there's a works we can do. Yeah.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
So Professor Feng once again mentioned which area that we need to advocate. So I think we need to advocate the hospital management and other workspace area to also creating this green space in order to reduce the stress from the workers. Is there any other question here? No, not yet. So we still have 4 more minutes if you want to discuss more regarding the green space.
Yeah, I can add one thing earlier. Sorry, you
Okay.
earlier asked. Sorry, I haven't got your name. Please.
Mariam.
Oh, Mariam.
Yes.
Okay, excellent, Mariam. I saw you're very interesting about the lonely genic environment. So I didn't show on my slides, but it's very easy for everyone to Google it, because that's the only paper so far has been published at the Lancet Planetary House on lonely genic environment. Because when we talk about loneliness, a lot of time people think it's an individual problem. You're too shy, very good at social interaction with others. So anyway, it's your problem. But I actually think it is a lot more than that. It's not just individual person's responsibilities. If you're looking about one of the chart earlier I showed in my slides, it's actually there's a built environment we can do. Like you said, a lot of places you don't see there even have a public space allow people to meet and greet. Well, if you see, okay, you can go into gym, you can go into cinema, but you have to pay for it. And not necessarily everyone want to go into gym or cinema. But I think most of us, a lot of us, can okay to go into a nice park. And this is where also provide opportunity for us to interact with each other. But there's also other opportunities as well. But the whole idea about the lonely genic environment is about saying we need a more public spaces. People don't have to pay. As a taxpayer, we have already paid our tax for those, and will enable the communities to meet and greet, to do things they like, rather than living a community very isolated and everything you have to drive to get something you find interesting. So that is the central of that concept. So I encourage, if you're interested, in general, the students and also Mary yourself, and look at about that concept, because I hope that in the long run, we're going to have a much more connected communities, and rather than everyone living in isolated island or boxes. And we need those public green space to connect us.
I see. Thank you very much for clarifying regarding this lonely genetics term, Professor Feng. But so previously, before you explain, actually I have a slightly different understanding regarding this lonely genetic. So I thought that this is I experienced myself. So even though we are alone, but when we're in the green space, sometimes we feel less lonely as well, even though we are alone. So I think that one. So I think that one kind of this lonely genetics related things. regarding the green space?
Totally, is which we call the nature connection as well, such as during pandemic. I have that personal experience just as you, because it's we call it social isolation. So you're not supposed coming to talk to your neighbors.
Yes,
We
yes.
make sure we keep distance. But I'm very lucky. I felt there are a few pocket park around where I live, and I go there with my dog. Although I'm not really talk to my neighbors as before, but I see them there, and the children play around, and I just suddenly feel like, oh, I'm still connected with people. Because now we all feel okay. The right beginning of pandemic, it was really scary, and so definitely you don't even need have to talk to people. That would be great, if you're going with your friends, family. But even just being there, connect with the nature, listen to bird song, see other people around, and see the beautiful flowers, smell, the aroma, all this. So again, I encourage everyone to spend more time in nature, but obviously, hopefully you put a sun cream on, because this is the only thing I find from my research that if you exposure a lot of the green space, but you may have a higher risk of having skin cancer if you're in Australia. It's not because anything wrong with the park, is we also need to make sure we well protect ourselves for the UV.
Okay, thank you very much once again, Professor Feng. This is very interesting yet very inspiring. I think that we can do daily in our, we can practice it in our daily life. So, is there any more question? If not, so probably we can conclude now. Professor Feng, thank you very much once again for your willingness to share regarding your research to us. I think there are a lot of students here that are really inspired by your research. And I don't know, probably some of the student has already interested into become your one of your students.
Well, wonderful. Please get in touch and or come to visit our campus, and we could do a park tour together. So looking forward to it. Thank you, and I wish you have a nice course. And see you again.
Okay. See you. Thank you very much. So, place for
Bye.
Professor Feng.
Bye for now.
Okay. Okay. So now we have the third speaker. Huh? Okay, so we have a coffee break before going to the third speaker. So now the committee has already prepared for your snacks and drinks. Enjoy your coffee break, and then we come back again for how long for the coffee breaks? Sorry, committee, how long for the coffee breaks? 15 minutes, that's quite long. So come, enjoy your snacks and come back again for not really 15 minutes, but 10, 15. 15 past 10. Thank you. Can we go back to the rooms? Sorry to interrupt, but can we go back to the room? It's already past. Oh. Ayo balik ke ruangan. Okay. It's almost past 15 from 10:15. So now almost 10:30. Can we proceed to the next lecture? Okay. So for the third speaker, we will have Dr. Shrestha Anil. So he is a lecturer, a senior researcher, Asia Forest Research Centers. So Dr. Anil research is around advancing solution-oriented global environment issues, particularly biodiversity loss, deforestation, and climate change. His research focus on socio-ecological issues of conserving threatened species and ecosystem under global change. He is also developing high integrity and inclusive forest carbon market, a new generation of protected areas using an interdisciplinary approach and evidence scientific framework. So unfortunately, no, Dr. Anil cannot joining us directly, but we have a recorded lecture from him. So the committee will share for his recorded lecture. Okay, please.
Okay. So the title of my presentation is, or lecture for today is Carbon Forestry and Sustainable Development Goals, Synergy and Trade-off. So, the main goal of this lecture would be to answer whether carbon forestry actually contribute to sustainable development or otherwise. So that is the main learning goals of this lecture. So myself, I'm Anil, and I would also like to acknowledge my co-author, Dr. and Professor Guangyu Wang, also from Faculty of Forestry, University of British Columbia, for preparing this lecture. But before I start, as we all do in UBC or University of British Columbia, I would like to acknowledge, to begin by, that the land on which I gather is the traditional, ancestral, and unceded territory of the Musqueam people. So, meaning that from where I'm speaking is actually belongs to, indigenous community, indigenous people of Musqueam people, and I'm so thankful for them to, use these resources. The outline of my presentation would be, we will dive a bit detail about carbon forest offset, and then we will continue with understanding a brief overview of sustainable development goals, and then maybe the most interesting part how carbon forestry actually, whether synergies or trade-off to sustainable development goals, and then after that, I will stop and we will start a discussion. I hope this is fine. But before that, I would also like to take this opportunity to introduce about our faculty, the Faculty of Forestry, the University of British Columbia. We have more than 100 faculty members who are actually specialized in 3 different departments, such as Department of Forest Resource Management, Department of Forest and Conservation Sciences, and Department of Wood Science. So our faculty, they are world-class science, and we do many different kind of very interesting and very important research that actually try to address the global issue. We have, 3 bachelor degree, Bachelor of Science in Natural Resources, Bachelors of Urban Forestry, and since this year, we have also started Bachelors of Indigenous Land Stewardship. Within Bachelor of Science in Natural Resources, we have 6 major. So one major, those undergraduate degree can be major in bioeconomy sciences and technology, major in conservation, major in forest management, major in forest operation, as well as major in forest sciences and also in wood product. In addition to this wide variety of bachelor's degree, we also offer many different master's and PhD degree, master's and PhD by research. Not only that, we also offer, what it is called Transfer M master's program, which is course-based master's program. In this master's program, what student they do is they stay here at UBC Faculty of Forestry for 1 year, and then the other year they will go to different university, particularly in Padova University in Italy. Apart from that, we also offer 1 year professional master's course, which is also, of course, open to everyone. Professional master's course in sustainable forest management, we also call it MGM, masters in international forestry, as well as masters in geomatics and masters in urban forestry. So, and I have put, or added where to get the more information here. Later on, I will share this slide with Nesty or others, so that you can have access to them. So I'm particularly also interested to share this interesting opportunity, mostly for ASEAN students from ASEAN. So under this scholarship, what it is called visiting international research students, they are eligible for what it is called seed funding, and for applying for those funding, your university does not require institutional agreement between UBC and your institution. Sorry about that. Some institution, and the scholarship value can be from Canadian dollar 10,000 for college, undergraduate, or a graduate student, with which you can spend a minimum of 4 months or 1 academic term of study or research here at UBC, and for a graduate student, for a period of 5 to 6 months of study or research, and of about $15,000 for undergraduate and college student for a period of 8 months or 2 academic terms of study or research. And I think this year we are getting 1 student from your university to study here. So I would really, emphasize or like to draw attention of the students in ASEAN. Just try to open your eyes and ear for these opportunities. Apart from some of those opportunities, as Nesty share with you, we also have quite a few open education resources for sustainable forest management. So that is there are about 14 different 14 different open education resources which are free to use. So it's for faculty member, it's for students, whoever are interested in those courses. And apart from that, I also like to draw attention towards this program called Asia Pacific Young Scientists Association. And if you are master's, PhD, as well as assistant professor, and who wanted to contribute and learn about some of the research and also different kind of education pedagogies and things like that, you also I encourage also you want to join by visiting this web page. So I will also share this information later on with this slide. So apart from that, I would take this opportunity to invite you to explore our Faculty of Forestry webpage in order to see what different kind of graduate in detail, the graduate degree, undergraduate degree, and different kind of research that we have been doing. So with that, now I would like to enter into our main topics. But before that, I would like to sort of brainstorm about student. Please, maybe I can also share. Now I cannot see the. Where is this thing now? Oops. I cannot see the. Okay. I cannot see Zoom with Zoom chat. Why is that? Because I wanted to share. Oh yes, now I can see. Okay, great. Thank you. Somehow. So now I would like to request you guys to provide your information. So please click on this link in the Mentimeter link, and then you try to answer what are the main threats to the world and humanity. So there are a couple of questions, and you select only one of them, and then try to answer it before we start. I hope it works. So maybe I will give you guys some time to do that, and please let me know if you are not able to do. So maybe, yeah, I will give you a few more seconds, and then I will share the So let me share this result, if I may. Where can I go? Okay, here. Can you see my result here? So most of you said, climate change is the main threat to the world and humanity over the next 10 years, followed by biodiversity loss, war and conflict, and misinformation. So let's see what the other scientists say about what are the main threats. So now I would like to stop sharing and then sharing my slide again. It's a bit cumbersome process. Okay, so this is survey done by World Economic Forum in 2023, I think, and then these are some of the different topics that they found, which are the major threat for humanity. Please take a look. So as you can see it here, most of you were correct. So climate change is one of the biggest threat. So as you can see it here, there are quite a few topics or global risks that are related to climate, biodiversity loss, which are in the green, and also some others are related to war and things like that. So climate change is is considered as one of the biggest threat. So similarly, the other report, it also shows that there are global concern towards climate change in many different countries, as you can see it here, right? From 2012 to 2022. So all of these, what they are trying to say us is, climate change is one of the biggest threat, right? Do you guys agree? Climate change is one of the biggest threat to all of us. It doesn't matter which part of the world you are in. Yes or no? Okay, great. So climate change is one of the biggest threat. And what are the so these are some of the observed global climate change, as you can see it here. And thankfully or unfortunately, we are the one who actually causing it, right? As you can see it here. So this is in this, let me see this thing. So as you can see it here, so this is the observed climate change, and this is simulated human and natural climate change, and this is simulated natural only, right? So as you can see it here, the observed warming is mainly because of our activities, right? So we are the major source of the driver of the climate change. So what causes climate change? Can you guys write or turn on your mic? What actually caused the climate change? Now we know climate change is one of the biggest threat. What are the main causes of climate change? Yeah, Mariana say GHG, greenhouse gas, global warming due to human activities, deforestation, greenhouse gas emission. Yeah, of course, many different kind of anthropogenic activities. So yeah, most of you got it, right? So the climate is changing mainly because of the human activities. Particularly, we are actually pumping up or adding these greenhouse gases, particularly carbon dioxide, methane, nitrous oxide, and things like that to the atmosphere. And because of those greenhouse gases, particularly carbon dioxide, as you can see it here, from 1850 until now, the part per million of carbon dioxide concentration in the atmosphere increased from less than 300 to more than 400, right? And because of those, climate is actually changing. So this is the another example of how carbon dioxide is actually responsible and how we have been adding carbon dioxide to the atmosphere. So realizing that fact that carbon dioxide, greenhouse gases, particularly carbon dioxide, is mainly responsible for climate change. In 1992, what it is called UNFCCC. Anyone know what is UNFCCC? UNFCCC, what it is? FCCC, 333. Yeah, thank you. So United Nations Framework for Convention on Climate Change, right? In order to address those climate change issue, there was a global effort via UNFCCC. So in 1992, UNFCCC was adopted at the Rio de Janeiro Earth Summit in Brazil, and it was officially entered into force in March 1994. So what does that UNFCCC does was, it organized different conference of the party, and then, in those conference of the party, they discuss and try to implement how to reduce those greenhouse gas emission, and therefore to address the climate change issue. Interestingly, related to our topic, in COP3 in 2005, there was a Kyoto Protocol in Kyoto City of Japan, which actually sets binding emission reduction target for 37 industrialized countries and economy in transition, including the European Union. So this was one of the milestones in order to address the climate change issue or try to reduce the carbon emission or greenhouse gas emission to the atmosphere. So under this protocol, 5% emission reduction has to be done by those developed nation and emerging nation compared to 1990 levels over the 5-year period from 2008 to 2012. And they also have to reduce greenhouse gas emission by at least 18% below 1990 levels in the 8-year period from 2013 to 2020. So these are some of the concrete kind of agreement that is actually taken place in Kyoto Protocol as a part of global effort to reduce impact of climate change. Those Kyoto Protocol, apart from all these agreement, all these places, one of the most important element of those Kyoto Protocol was the establishment of the flexible market mechanism, which are actually based on trading emission permit in order to reduce the in order to address the climate change issue by marketing mechanism. So this is a kind of milestone for a carbon market all over the world. So under this flexible market mechanism in Kyoto Protocol, there are three important market-based mechanism: CDM, Clean Development Mechanism, joint implementation, as well as ETS or emission trading system. So these CDM and JI, they are the project-based mechanism. It's their scope is not very large. So therefore, it is project-based mechanism. So in clean development mechanism, it involves investment in emission reduction or removal enhancement projects in developing countries that contribute to their sustainable development. So what it does is those countries, those developed countries, they actually invest financial support in order to remove removal enhancement project in developing country that actually contribute to their sustainable development, and which is very much related to our topic, carbon forestry. And the joint implementation enables, so it is between the developed country. JI enables developed countries to carry out emission reduction or removal enhancement project in other developed country. Whereas in CDM, it is from developed to developing countries, right? And those investment is actually contributes to sustainable development as well. So this is related to our topic. Apart from that, there is also another market mechanism called ETS or emission trading system, which is often also sometimes called as a cap and trade system, in which in this system there is a caps the total level of greenhouse gas emission caused by some company or bigger industry, and allows those industry with low emission to sell their extra allowance to larger emitter as well. So we will discuss more about it also later. So this Kyoto Protocol is a milestone in order to start this marketing mechanism or market-based approach for addressing greenhouse gas emission. So it is actually a top-down approach. Interestingly, US at that time, the biggest polluter, they never ratified, whereas Canada left in 2011, and there are fewer and fewer parties which are actually working actively in this protocol. However, in 2015, there was this, I think you guys are also very much familiar with, there is a Paris Agreement, which is a global climate change agreement that was adopted in 2015, which actually aims to address climate change and promote global low carbon economy, climate resilience, and sustainable development, limiting the global average temperature increase to within 2 degrees Celsius above pre-industrial level, and further striving to limit the temperature increase to within 1.5 degrees Celsius. So, one of the reasons why a CDM or Kyoto Protocol, they were not very successful was, there was a lot of friction, there was a lot of debate between developed country and developing nation, or global north and global south, how to actually address those climate change issue by lowering the emission. So the developing country or the global south, they said, because developed countries, you guys are responsible for more greenhouse gas emission, so therefore you have to pay, you have to come up with the solution, and you have to pay for the mess that you have created, right? Whereas the developed nation, some of them they actually try to embrace it, whereas some of them they were not very convincing. So therefore, there was always a lot of politics and debate. So therefore, it was not very successful. But in 2015, that situation had changed, and whether of course the responsibility was different, but whether you are a developed or developing or global north or global south, they are responsible to contribute to this Paris Agreement in order to climate change, right? So that was one of the milestone. And apart from many other things which are mentioned in Paris Climate Agreement, the Article 6, it actually strengthened the carbon market, which actually not only strengthen the carbon market, but it also include internationally transferable mitigation outcomes by fostering sustainable development. But particularly Article 6.4, it actually provide mechanism to promote climate action and support sustainable development. So in this, the relationship between the carbon market and SDGs or sustainable development, they actually the Kyoto Protocol, it actually saw or planted a seed, whereas in Paris climate change, it was slowly a kind of, we are getting slowly a kind of a benefit of that, plantation. So as we discussed before, this there were a lot of this CDM carbon offset and all those kind of thing. So from those CDM, they actually, those credits and carbon offset, they actually transfer from Kyoto Protocol CDM to Paris Agreement according to the mechanism provided in 6.4. And the last time to request transitioning all the climate reduction or the greenhouse gas reduction project under CDM, it has to be requested by December 31st of 2023, last year. So just to give you, a bit summary of what we have been learned, climate or the carbon market, it has, started from Kyoto Protocol, and in 2015, Article 6 actually permits the sale of carbon credit by countries meeting targets to nation falling short, and one of the strongest part of this Paris Agreement was all signatory, not just industrialized nation, they actually committed to national carbon reduction targets, right? So this is some of the milestone. And then further on, other COP, Glasgow COP26 and COP27, more, carbon market and their rules, they have been more institutionalized. New rules for carbon accounting, transfer mechanism, and plans for global carbon market, they were done in COP26, and they in COP27 they actually moved from only planning to the implementation, right? And there was also launch of African Carbon Market Initiative as well. So now we know a bit about how carbon market actually evolved, and there are two types of carbon market. One is regulated or compliance, whereas the other one is voluntary. The regulated market actually set by cap and trade regulation at the regional and state level. So these are for those, heavy pollution, greenhouse gas pollution industry. So based on this compliance carbon market mechanism, the government, they actually establish annual emission target for each big polluter, and then those company, they get assigned a certain number of carbon credits. Like for example, company A, if company A surpasses limit for carbon emission, and the company B goes beyond the target for low emission, then company A, because they surpasses their limit, they can actually purchase extra credit from the company B, because they have not used their government given allowances yet, right? So they can actually sell their carbon credit to the company A, because the company A, they are already beyond their limit. And then national market target, that is, by doing that, the national market target is achieved and release of greenhouse gas is actually reduced, right? So as you can see it here, right? So this emitter A has the excess of greenhouse gas. So therefore, because it surpassed the limit, so they, it can actually buy those carbon credit from the industry B. So this is the scope of regulated market. As you can see it here, it is actually regulated by the government, right? The next one is voluntary carbon market. In this carbon market, the government, they do not regulate the system, they do not, right? And in this volunteer carbon market, where business and individuals, they actually buy credit of their own accord to offset their carbon emission. So in this case, company A develops a carbon, company A or individual, they develop a carbon offsetting process. Process is actually verified and registered by the third party. And then company B, they actually seeks to offset its carbon emission. So therefore, those company B, they actually purchase those carbon credits and offset from the company A, so that by doing that, the greenhouse gas are actually removed from the space, right? So this is not regulated by a government, but this is actually based on the corporation individual volunteer to offset their emission by purchasing carbon credit, right? And those credits, those carbon offset is actually generated by project that actually avoid, reduce, or remove greenhouse gas emission beyond a business as usual scenario. And those projects, they can be reforestation, improved forest management, wetland restoration, or renewable energy. And those carbon offset is actually traded by individual and company, as we discussed before, on the voluntary carbon market. But sometimes it can also be used in selected regulatory or compliance market as well. And most of those projects actually follow rules established by the independent standard bodies. Do you guys know any of these independent standard bodies? Any ideas? Do you guys have heard about Vera? Yeah, great. Thank you, Mariana. Yeah, Vera and others, GS, Plan Vivo, Gold Standard. Yeah, those are some of the example of those independent standard bodies. Now I would like to spend a bit of time about these two concepts. most of the time, many people, they actually interchangeably use carbon credit and carbon offset, but they are actually a bit different, right? As you can see it here. Carbon credits are, so within carbon market, as we have been seeing in those compliance or regulated market and voluntary carbon markets, carbon is actually traded, right? So in the carbon credits are tradable permits for greenhouse gas emission created by the cap and trade system, right? So this is actually only within cap and trade system. Whereas carbon offset, they are tradable rights or certificate linked to activities that lower the amount of carbon dioxide in the atmosphere. By buying these certificates, a person or group can fund projects that fight climate change instead of taking action to lower their own carbon emission. In this way, the certificate offset the buyer's carbon dioxide emission with an equal amount of carbon dioxide reduction somewhere else, right? So as you can see it here, so therefore, carbon offset is actually available to individuals, small businesses, and large corporations. And they support projects that remove greenhouse gases from the atmosphere, right? And they are actually traded in the voluntary carbon market. Whereas carbon credits, they can only be traded by companies and government. They represent the right to emit 1 ton of carbon dioxide, CO2 or carbon dioxide, and they use cap and trade system regulated by the government. So these are some of the differences. So now please tell me like how many carbon market types we have. How many carbon markets we have? What type of carbon markets we have? How many? And what are they? Yeah, thank you. Great. So one is compliance, regulated by the government, and the other one is voluntary. Yeah, thank you, Mariana and Ankita for your, and also Sunandani. Thank you. So now, we know a bit about, maybe, I don't know, it's a bit boring for you guys, but, it needs to be, I think some of this concept needs to be, understand, right? Before we go to carbon forestry. So now we will jump into our, main topic, forest, which you guys are more excited about, I guess. So, this is the global map of the forest. Forest covers about 30% of the Earth's land's area. So, now we will discuss the role of forest in the carbon market, why and how forests play a crucial role in reducing carbon emission. But before going into that, can you please, share with us how forest can be a part of the carbon market to address climate change? Do you guys have any idea? Some idea? So, we have been discussing about the carbon market, right? But all of a sudden now we are talking about, forest, and forest being using as a tool or mechanism to address the climate change issue. Any ideas? Photosynthesis, Christine. Forest has important role to removing carbon dioxide, can absorb and restore. Yeah, great. Carbon sequestration. Yeah. So now, we want to link forest in the carbon market. So what we have been learning is, in carbon market, the tradable unit is, carbon, right? Either in the form of carbon credit or in the form of carbon offset. And forest actually, through the photosynthesis, forest actually absorb, sequester, remove carbon dioxide from the atmosphere, right? So therefore, now, the trees and forests, they are the best natural carbon capture technology in order to reduce and remove carbon from the atmosphere. So I would like to, play this video. Please take a look. Maybe some of you already know about this. Maybe some of you do not. So by contributing trees and forests, by contributing to balance the carbon cycle, forest actually remove or cycle the carbon to the atmosphere, and they balance the carbon. So therefore, carbon and forestry, they are interrelated, right? So just take a look at this video.
Growing forests remove carbon from the atmosphere and store it in forest ecosystems. As forests grow and mature, they hold increasing amounts of carbon. Disturbance events such as fire, insect outbreaks, or disease release carbon back into the atmosphere. The forest then recovers and regrows, removing carbon from the atmosphere once again, resembling a closed-loop cycle of plant-based carbon. In this way, forests are a natural mechanism to capture carbon from the atmosphere. On the other hand, fossil fuels are formed under geologic processes that took course over millions of years. When we use fossil fuels for energy and materials, that stored carbon is released into the atmosphere. Fossil fuel consumption creates an open system that only adds carbon dioxide. Wood products, such as lumber and furniture, can store carbon for many decades or even centuries. Wood products can also avoid emissions if used instead of materials that require significantly more fossil fuels to produce, such as concrete, plastic, and steel. Woody materials and byproducts can also produce bioenergy, which can be used as a direct substitute for fossil fuels, like coal or oil, avoiding additional fossil fuel emissions. When we avoid emissions with wood products or bioenergy, it's called the substitution effect. Many sustainable forest management practices parallel forest's natural disturbance cycle, allowing forests to produce renewable materials while retaining the mechanism to remove carbon from the atmosphere.
So as you can see it here, by substitution effect, the forests, they are actually, absorbing, removing, and storing and fixing carbon, into the atmosphere, right? So if you are not convinced what I said, so this satellite image will actually show you and convince you that how forest seasonally, how forest is actually responsible for absorbing carbon, right? Please take a look at this.
Dioxide is a naturally occurring gas in our atmosphere, and monitoring it is like watching our planet breathe. This animation shows the seasonal cycle of carbon dioxide and the increase of carbon dioxide every year due to human activity. In photosynthesis, plants absorb sunlight and carbon dioxide to make oxygen. And in what's known as respiration, plants produce small amounts of carbon dioxide that is released back into the atmosphere. When we burn coal and fossil fuels, lots of carbon dioxide is released into the atmosphere. Carbon dioxide is also a greenhouse gas, which traps infrared radiation and helps keep the planet warm enough for human life. NASA's Atmospheric Infrared Sounder Instrument, or AIRS, is an instrument on NASA's Earth-orbiting satellite called Aqua. AIRS can measure the concentration of carbon dioxide in the middle of the atmosphere around the entire globe every day. In this animation, orange represents
So
carbon dioxide
please
as measured by ears.
look at this here.
Green represents the concentration of vegetation measured by another instrument on the Aqua satellite called MODIS. Here we've taken out human sources of carbon dioxide to see the natural cycle of the gas as it's affected by the seasonal photosynthesis and respiration of trees and plants around
Please
the globe.
also look at the time here.
Carbon dioxide builds up in the northern hemisphere during the winter months when trees and plants are losing their leaves. And in the summer, when greening occurs, plants, through the process of photosynthesis, absorb the carbon dioxide from the atmosphere. This process can be seen particularly well in the boreal forest of Asia and North America, located in the northern regions of these continents. This is the first direct observation from satellite instruments of the breathing of the global biosphere.
So thanks to the NASA and thanks to all of these new technology, satellite image that now we can see some of those things very visually, right? And in a very large scale, globally scale. So I hope by now you guys are convinced that forest trees, they actually contribute to regulate, to balance, to remove, to absorb, to sequester CO2. So based on this research by Harris et al. In 2021, global forests actually sequester about twice as much as carbon dioxide as they emitted between 2001 and 2019, right? So there are a lot of controversy about whether forests, they are actually carbon sink or carbon sources, but this study actually showed that still, global forests, they actually sequester about twice as much amount of carbon dioxide compared to they emit between the 2001 and 2019, almost 19 to 20 years. So now we will a bit get into the role of forestry in achieving a low carbon economy. As we just see before, forests absorb carbon dioxide, which are actually primary source of the greenhouse gas through photosynthesis. It absorbs, it remove, it fix CO2 into as a sugar into the tree, so that it actually fix and store the CO2. Forests globally absorb approximately 7.6 billion tons of CO2 each year, and not only the forest when they are alive, they absorb, sequester carbon, but food products, they also store carbon, and they can also replace more energy intensive materials as well. Like for example, compared to cement or steel, right, which is very carbon intensive, we can use the wood in order to instead of steel or concrete, we can use wood. Like for example, if you guys search in the internet, in UBC, we have built one of the highest wooden building. Maybe you should search this thing, wooden building in UBC. Then you will find it, right? So what I'm trying to say is, forest actually contributes to address the greenhouse gas emission. Not only they are alive, but also when as a wood products as well. So therefore, they support to achieve low carbon economy. So in this paper, again, try to convince you guys, the world's forests store an estimated 861 billion tons of carbon, which is actually equivalent to approximately 100 years worth of anthropogenic emission at the current rate. And with the good husbandry, so that means with the good forest management, it can actually potentially store up to 226 billion tons more, right? So that lead us to talk about or discuss about the carbon forestry, because forests sequester carbon from the atmosphere through photosynthesis, and carbon offset credit trade actually restore, regenerate, and protect forest. So it actually giving economic incentive for restoration, regeneration, and protection of the forest. So that is where this carbon forestry comes up. And by protecting, regenerating, restoring, and the carbon credit and carbon offset generated in the forest, it can actually trade in the carbon market, and therefore it further reduce the greenhouse gas emission, but at the same time also have other co-benefit as well, right? So these are some of the example of different carbon forestry project as a natural based solution all over the world. As you can see it here, there are quite a few, right, which are distributed all over the world, but mostly in South America, Africa, as well as in Asia. There are three types of forestry carbon offset. One is afforestation, reforestation, and restoration. And under this forest carbon offset, it actually involved restoring tree cover to previously non-forested land via afforestation, reforestation, or restoration. Are you guys familiar with afforestation and reforestation? Anyone? What is afforestation or reforestation? Isaac, can you please explain? So afforestation is restoration of forest where there is no forest for very long time, right? Afforestation. Whereas reforestation is plantation or regenerating forest in those areas which already have the forest, right? Yeah, so thank you, Aikal. Afforestation refers to the process of planting tree or establishing a forest in an area where there was no previous tree cover or forest, right? So, so this is one type of the forest carbon offset. The other type is avoided conversion, which is preventing the conversion of forest land to non-forest land, right? And these avoided conversion forestry carbon offset project, they must demonstrate the forest land is under significant threat of conversion for an avoided conversion project to be viable. The other one is, the third one, the final one is improved forest management, which actually involves land management via different forest management activities, which actually increase or at least minimum maintain the current level of the carbon stocking. So by doing some of these three different activities, we can have three different type of forest carbon offset project. So on top of that, I would also quickly like to go through RED. So do you guys have ever heard about RED? This is also very important when we talk about carbon forestry and sustainable development. So what is RED? RED is reduction of emission from deforestation and forest degradation, right? It is a nature-based solution to climate change, and this is particularly focused into the tropical forest because because of deforestation and forest degradation, which acts because of that there is a lot of carbon emission to the atmosphere. So as you can see it here, so therefore if we try to reduce those carbon emission by reducing or preventing forest deforestation and degradation, forest degradation, then it is also equally win-win for reducing carbon into the forest, right? Because it's not only the fossil fuel that they contribute carbon to the atmosphere, but also deforestation and forest degradation also contributes as well, right? So this is the how RED actually evolved, as you can see it here. So I will quickly go through it. So the main aim of the RED is to reduce greenhouse gas emission by assisting forest a monetary value based on their capacity to absorb and store carbon, atmospheric carbon, which actually supposed to generate financial pro from the companies with high greenhouse gas emission in developed country to less polluting carbon neutral or carbon negative activities in developing country. So it is estimated about $30 billion per year. So main goal is a kind of payment for reducing emission from the deforestation and degradation. So those money, they can be used for sustainable development activities. So later on in 2008, this red is actually also added plus. So the plus means it's not only a reduction of greenhouse gas from deforestation and forest degradation, but also conservation of forest carbon stocks, sustainable management of forest, as well as enhancement of the forest carbon stock. So these are the red plus actually include reduction emission from deforestation, reduction emission from forest degradation, conversion of forest carbon stock, conservation of forest carbon stock, sustainable forest management, as well as enhancement of forest carbon stock. So therefore, the overall benefit of RED Plus is not only biodiversity and the reducing carbon emission, but also socio-cultural, livelihood, and institutionals, which is actually related to sustainable development that we will discuss shortly. So carbon forestry actually play a very important role in carbon credits, as you can see it here in the carbon offset market, as you can see it here. So there are many different type of carbon offset project: waste disposal, transportation, renewable energy, household community devices such as cooking stove, forestry and land use, and so on, right? So as you can see it here, from 2019 to 2023, the forestry and land use carbon credit generated from the forestry and land use has been increased. So therefore, as you can see it here, people, they have been recognizing a key role of carbon forestry in carbon market. So as we discussed before, forest-based climate solution, they actually offer up to 37% of cost-effective mitigation needed between now and 2030 to keep global climate change rise below 2 degrees centigrade by forest different kind of activities. As you can see it here, this 20 different pathway of natural climate solution. So it's not only mitigation of the low carbon economy, but most importantly, also providing co-benefit to contribute to several sustainable development goals, such as improving air, conserving biodiversity, improving water, as well as conservation of soil. So therefore, carbon forestry, they actually contribute to address sustainable development goals or to address the poly crisis. So climate change actually exacerbate poverty, hunger, disease, and conflict. And these crises actually increase the vulnerability to the climate change. So addressing these issues together require holistic and sustainable approach. So therefore, we will now see how actually carbon forestry actually address the sustainable development goal. But just we will quickly look at what are sustainable development goals. As you can see it here, sustainable development goals, I will not go through in detail. So sustainable development goal has been introduced in order to in order to improve or eradicate poverty, as well as improve the quality of life of human being all over the world. And it was adopted in 2015 with 17 goals with 169 targets, right? So as you can see it here, these are 17 different goals. No poverty, end hunger, achieve food, good health, quality education, gender equality, clean water, affordable and clean energy, decent work. You know, as you can see it here, all of them, they are related to reduce poverty as well as, most importantly, increase the well-being of the humans, right? And each, you know, goals, they have different targets. Like, for example, the SDG 5, as you can see it here, I will go. So SDG 5 is about gender equality, right? And you can see it here, within this goal, they have 8 different targets: 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. So there are altogether 169 targets. So 2015, you know, was a landmark year for climate and sustainable development. As you can see it here, UN actually adopted Sustainable Development Goal Agenda for 2013 in 2015, as well as Paris climate change was also agreed in 2015. And we will see now the linkage between the carbon forest and sustainable development goals. How you know, carbon forest, they actually contributes to sustainable development goals. Can you guys think of some example how carbon forests, they can, you know, contribute to sustainable development goals? So there are 17 of them, right? Since you guys are not speaking, so just to give you some you know, example, the carbon forestry actually synergize, or it actually have positive impact on attaining those sustainable development goals. Like, for example, because of carbon forestry, there will it will help to reduce, you know, poverty as well. Like, for example, forestry and land use response can contribute to the eradication of poverty if they do not increase competition for land, as well as, you know, restoration of forest, restoration of wetland. They can also impact local livelihood as well, right? On top of that, it also contributes carbon forestry, such as REDD Plus and some others, which actually provide financial incentive to the, you know, people living in community, people living in global south. You know, it can also, you know, provide monetary incentives. So therefore, you know, it will help to achieve the zero hunger. And on top of that, like, for example, restoration, afforestation, carbon forestry that we looked at of mixed native species and ecosystem, it actually reduces runoff and erosion. So therefore, it will help to reduce the zero hunger, right? Similarly, you know, good health and well-being, quality education, I will, you know, leave it here. Gender equality, clean water and sanitation, affordable and clean energy, decent work and economic growth, you know, by providing employment opportunity, reduce, you know, inequality. As someone Shrestha already, you know, added in the chat box, carbon sequestration will help to affect SDG 13 and SDG 15, things like that, right? So carbon forestry actually directly, so all of them, they are evidence-based, right? So with the references. So carbon forestry, what we can say is carbon forestry, they actually helps to achieve sustainable development goals, right? Can we agree? Looking at some of these things. So there are also some others, like for example, some other example, afforestation and deforestation. It actually increase the nature's contribution to people. So therefore, when it contribute to nature, contributes to people, then it also helps to attain, different target of the different sustainable development goals, right? As you can see it here. So I will not, because of interest of time, I will not go here in detail, but this will show how carbon forestry actually helps to increase to attain or achieve sustainable development goals. Similarly, wetland restoration, soil carbon sequestration, it also helps to achieve the sustainable development goal. And I encourage you guys to go through this paper, which actually tells you about more. So apart from that, as we discussed before about the REDD+, so we will now quickly look at the contribution of carbon forestry project to SDG, particularly the REDD+ mechanism. So these guys, the CALIX, they looked at 40,000 projects, and they looked at the contribution of the REDD+ project. And you can see it here, REDD and avoided deforestation actually contribute a lot among many other different kind of project, right? As you can see it here. Particularly, those REDD projects, they were helping to enhance biodiversity, SDG 15, SDG 1, SDG 2, as well as SDG 8 and SDG 4, right? And there is also, link between the nationally determined contribution and also sustainable development goals. So I really encourage you guys to go through this web page in order to see how these nationally determined contribution of each country, they actually contribute to attain different sustainable development goal. And this is, other example how carbon sequestration, it actually attain the, different sustainable development goals, such as positive impact, as you can see it here, right? Particularly the top panel. But carbon sequestration, it may also have the negative, impact as well. That we will discuss very shortly. So do always carbon forestry and SDG have a synergy? Not really. So as you can see it here, similarly as before, carbon forestry, if do not done well, it will have negative impact on attaining those SDG goal. Like for example, if carbon forestry, they do not well planned, do not consult the indigenous and local people from those reforestation, afforestation activities, there is a high risk of displacement of indigenous community or isolation of people from ecosystem services and from their land. So therefore, it will actually increase the, poverty, right? So there are those trade-off and negative impact as well, as you can see it here. So also, many other trade-off and negative impact if carbon forestry not done, well. So because of interest of time, I'm I'm running a bit quickly. So, but the take-home message, as you can see it here, of course, carbon forest actually helps to attain sustainable development goals. But if we do not do carbon forestry, in a well manner, then it can actually have negative impact, right? As we saw it before. And there are a couple of examples, as you can see it here, that carbon forest actually not attaining their goal. Like, for example, more than 90% of rainforest carbon offset by biggest certifier, they are actually worthless. Only 5.5 million real emission reduction, whereas 94.9 million carbon credit out of 94.9 million carbon credits, only this small amount of carbon credit is actually responsible for reduction of deforestation, right? So therefore, we really need very concrete action to make carbon offset conducive to attaining or achieving sustainable development goals. So I really encourage you guys also to go through some of these science paper. So these are, another example of negative impact of carbon forestry if not done well. So this is an example from Zimbabwe, one of the largest REDD+ project, which actually designed to conserve more than 800,000 hectares of forest. And as of 2013, it actually sold 23.8 million carbon credits worth of about $100 million, right? However, because these carbon forestry did not do well, did not consult with local people, because of that, the local people, the indigenous people, they are not getting benefit from the selling of those carbon offset projects, right? So not only that the local communities, they are not getting benefit, but also there was the over issuance of the carbon credit as well. What it is called carbon cowboys, whereas those bigger companies, they are making a lot of money, but then local people who are actually responsible to protect the forest, they are not getting benefits. So therefore, it is not actually helping to attain the SDG goal, right? And I also encourage you guys to, go through some of this paper, which actually tells you about if carbon forestry not done well, it actually, rather than helping, exacerbate the SDG achievement goal. So this is another example of, not those REDD+ project not actually is achieving the deforestation. So this is the concluding slide. I'm almost running out of time. So as we have been, seeing that carbon forestry actually helps to attain climate action and SDGs goal as a co-benefit only if those carbon forestry actually done in the proper way. So what is the proper way? Is the way when you develop a project, with the high quality, high integrity forest carbon offset project. How those high quality, high integrity forest carbon offset project can be achieved in terms of additionality, in terms of permanence and leakage, where there will be, because of those carbon project, there is actual change in the atmospheric concentration of CO2 in the long term, right? So that is the main goal of the, this carbon forestry. So in order to attain high quality and high integrity forest carbon offset, it should be also real, it should be measurable, and most importantly, it's also be transparent as well, right? And other very important aspect of high quality, high integrated forest carbon offset is the benefit that is actually getting from those carbon offset selling. It must be, goes to indigenous people, community people, as well as for conservation of biodiversity. So in a nutshell, what I would like to summarize is, carbon forestry helps to achieve climate action and sustainable development goals only if we do or develop forestry carbon credit and forest carbon offset in a proper way with high quality, high integrity, right? With that, I would like to stop for now. And I think we will have some question answer period. And if you guys have more question, you can always, reach out to me using this email. Thank you, everyone, for your, patience.
Our last lecture from Dr. Anil. So, continuing the issue that he already mentioned in his presentation, you may see here. This is the one of the latest news. One of the latest news regarding the carbon sink collapse or carbon sink failing. So now a lot of researchers that noticed that probably our world capacity in absorbing the carbon dioxide, carbon dioxide also failing. So probably you may have more thought regarding this one or having more question regarding this carbon sink and then forestry and other things. If you have some thought or question, you may send your question into into the committee. You can address it what question to which speaker, and then here you may send the question through this email, or you may have another thought or initiate some other project that probably you can do together with your friend. You may also send it to this link. Hopefully we can initiate or having a project together to at least giving some small solution into our world. Okay, that's all for today's. And after this, you may take some rest, I think. So, for the second session, finish. So thank you very much for your attention. Now go back to our MC. Okay, please.
Thank you so much, Bu Ami. Give a big round of applause for Bu Ami and also our great speakers. And I missed to introduce you to our moderator. She is Bu Maryami or Bu Ami from the Department of Basic and Emergency Nursing. She has an expertise in disaster nursing and related issue. Okay, guys, before we join for the third panel, you have around 60 minutes to enjoy the lunch and to pray. For you for Muslim, you can go to the fourth floor in this building if you want to do the pray. Okay, so see you at 1 p.m. Have a nice rest, everyone. Turn to your seat. because we will start for the third panel for today's sessions. Jam setengah dua. Ini materinya Pak Gilang dulu. Materinya Pak Gilang berapa? 30 sampai 45. Terus habis itu nanti ini ya. Udah di depan atau itu masuk depan? Ya. Diskusinya setelah selesai. Setelah selesai presentasi masing-masing. Ya. Maksimal 14.30. Check. Okay, so everyone, good afternoon and welcome back to the Summer Course 2024. In a few moments, we will join for the third panel. This panel will discuss regarding climate resilient agricultures, techniques and innovations. In this panel, you will hear the presentation from two speakers, one from Universitas Gadjah Mada and one from National University of Singapore. And this panel will be led by one of our lecturers from Department of Health Nutrition, Bapak Tony Arjuna, Ph.D. Pak Tony, stage is yours.
Thank you very much, everyone. Good afternoon. I hope you feel much better, not drowsy actually after eating so much lunch. So today we're gonna start the third panel, which will discuss about the innovation, especially on agricultural sector, on how do we actually innovate and respond to climate change, and some examples of our local innovation that happens here around Indonesia on how people respond to climate change and how does it affect agricultural practices. Okay, and the first speaker, as mentioned by Yopi earlier, will be Mr. GIlang Wirakusuma. Pak GIlang is one of our upcoming and young lecturer here at Universitas Gadjah Mada. He's from the Faculty of Agriculture, and he'll be speaking to you about the socio-agriculture and climate change issues. For the next 30 minutes, Pak GIlang will present his speech, and then we'll follow with next presentation by Dr. Renee Lorica from NUS, and then afterwards we'll have some Q&A, right? So I'll invite Pak GIlang to present his speech.
Okay, good afternoon. Selamat siang, everybody. My name is GIlang Wirakusuma. I'm originally from Indonesia and East Java country. I'm a young lecturer, and it seems like English examination to me. Yes, but I want to interact with you all. Firstly, according to the title in this materials, social, agriculture, and climate changes. What is the biggest challenges in our food supply? Can you imagine? One thing, just. And we are the part of it. The hints, and we are the part of it. Can we control it? No. And we part of it. The biggest one. In my opinion too, I think. Technique. And we can control it. The technique. We control ourselves. in these challenges? What is the biggest challenges? Too much people. The same with my opinion. Next slide, maybe. Yeah, the much people. We are the part of it. Do you want to die first? No? You want to have a long life, right? Next slide, please. Maybe I can use. Oh, this is my previously. You can scan the QR about my profile. Yes. We are the part of it, right? The huge populations now. Can you imagine 50 years to go? Can we fulfill the food needs for our populations, our society? The more people, the more competitions in land use, the competition to water, and other competitions. We are the society, but deep in your heart, in my heart, in other hearts, we are competing. We are competing now. Countries to countries, individuals to individuals. According to these facts, we have high growth in populations, and we are the part of it. And I have contributed. I have 2 children now. Yeah. I have contributed to this. I don't know. It's ironic fact, or is this the good part of our lives about the populations? In economics, ancient theory, high populations means high labor and high resources. But now, the technologies exist and technologies upgraded. More populations mean more competitions. Yeah. Do you agree, or don't you have another opinions? Is this the real our challenges? And can we control the populations? Yes. Just think about it and just reflect to you. Yes. Another big challenges for our food supply. Let's talk about it. Yeah. This is the calories. From FAO estimations. Yeah. The more populations, more calorie, and more feed grain for livestock. Yeah. Can you imagine how to fulfill the nutrition and food needs for our society? Another food facts, yeah, it's about food, about land. Firstly, the populations compete to their food resources, livestock and arable land. People need room to live, yeah, need habitats. We need the property. Also, livestock need the property, yeah, for their husbandry. Another, also plants. They need arable lands. And now, about around 50% of its habitable land for people is already used for agriculture. Yeah. We are competing with ourselves, with environments, and with our food supply. Livestock, yeah? We're competing with livestock too. And the second, agriculture is the primary driver of deforestation. You can see in Indonesia, in Borneo Islands, the the earth lung, they call it about the Borneo forest. But nowadays, deforestations, we have a food estate program with governments, which means conversions of forests to the arable lands in huge area is exists now. Yeah, and what is the consequence? Habitat loss and biodiversity loss. Yeah, although we are the second largest biodiversity, but nowadays we face the challenges in form of the agricultural arable lands competitions. And the second and the third, the global food system is single biggest contributor to climate change. Later, I will show you the source of emissions of greenhouse gases. Yeah. Humanity could require more food by about 80% will be multiplied at 2100. Yeah. Around 75 years to go. Yeah. The number of people suffering from hunger and malnutrition has been increased. And this is the ironic, yeah. Because of more density of people, of populations, we have difficulties to provide the sufficient food. And we face many things about land degradations, water scarcity, yeah, social conflicts. Even in Indonesia, we have more than 1,000 cases of social conflict according to arable land between food estate and the society properties. We face more than 10,000 or 1,000 cases social conflict in terms of land use. Only in Indonesia. Can you imagine how many countries in this world? And we face the same thing. Yeah. Later, the water, yeah, we need the water. Even the agriculture is the biggest user for water. Yeah. And for our reflections, half of world largest city already experience water scarcity. Maybe in Jakarta, Indonesia, Jogja now, yeah, yes, really, Jogja. We have built a lot of hotels, and they use the groundwater. Yeah. Even although Jogja is romantic city, but we have the ironic cases in form of water. Yeah. This is the summer or dry season in Jogja or Indonesia. Now we dig more groundwater, and it's not good. Yeah, because the land will degrade, and another biodiversity underground will be threatened. Yeah. This is not pessimistic cases, but we have to think about it together. Agriculture and food, we have to solve the problem multidisciplinarily. Even we are from the faculty agriculture cannot work solely. Yeah, we have to make a collaborations even with this faculty. That's why the multidisciplinary perspective is important. Now we face this trend. The trend is multidisciplinary. Yeah. The quick rise in populations, more people to feed. Yeah. The greater need to productions, farm require more, produce more. And so on. We have urbanization, and we have ecological impacts. Yeah. And now we have a common trend in this world. Regions reliant upon cash crop tend to develop adverse long-term environmental program. Now the farmer being more commercial than subsistence. Yeah. More commercials means that yes. Oh, how could you know about it?
Because I searched for it to my son's M.Sc.
Oh, yeah.
10 years ago and I didn't find it.
And what is the consequence?
According to my opinion, that our enzymatic process is diturunkan. No. Herited by our ancestor, and the original source of carbohydrate in Indonesian archipelago is not rice.
Yeah.
That is roots, umbi. Umbi. Yes, and so the loss of biodiversity means loss of food chains. It will be alter the food chains in the environment that maybe I don't know for exactly what is the food chains for Kembili Gembolo, but must be there.
Okay.
I think that, and it's alter our enteral system, our pencernaan, the digestive system, and for the gut-brain axis, it alter all of the human body and it increasing the allergy.
Quite good. Yeah. A week ago, in near the city, in the Klaten, yeah, Klaten city, we faced the baby blues. The real baby blue, not baby blue syndromes. Baby blue. The baby skin is blue. The baby skin is blue, really blue. That area is the commercial farm of rice. They use high nitrogen and pesticide intensively, and the water quality, they consume the groundwater actually. The water from farmland absorbed to their well, yeah, their well, and then the water contain high chemicals substance that consequence the baby blue, really blue. The blue baby, not baby blue syndromes. Yes, not baby blue syndromes. Yeah, this is the real effect if the trend that the farmer tend to be more commercial to fulfill, to provide food. They will act more intensive in synthetic inputs. Yeah, and now we all, although the agricultural sector is the organic systems, but we are the second largest of emission source. Agriculture policy and other high nitrogens, fertilizers, the manure production from livestock that not managed properly. Yeah. That's why the agriculture being the second. Yeah. Yeah, methane from the coast, yeah. From the rice field, yeah, methane, yeah. This is the real fact that we face now. And it contains, maybe we can jump off it, yeah. And we can really aware, to be aware about our food supply. Yeah? And now we face the environmental degradations. Yeah. And the environmental degradation is real for our society now. Baby blue that we face in Latin is one of the examples. And the rain, yeah, and the rain switch, rainfall period is switching now. We should, yeah, the rainfall should be in this month has come, yeah. Yeah, we have a rain season in September, October, and the peak season of rainfall is December. Yeah, but now we still have no rain now. Yeah, and we will face the high price of food next year. Indonesia will face the food increasing or high inflations in food supply. And now but although we face the ironic challenges, yeah, we have best practices, local best practices that based on or depend on the social capital among the society. Yeah. Social agriculture. Yeah. What is the social agriculture? Yeah. Integrate community goals with agricultural practices. Yeah. It empower local resources. Yes. This is surprisingly still exists in Indonesia. And now they are growing. They are growing the society movement, yeah, as a society movement according to social agriculture. It focuses on enhancing social, economics, and environmental. Social, economic, and environmentally friendly agricultural practices. We can face the climate challenges with the social movement, not the high capitals or high intensity of money will solve this problem. But social movement is very, very promising to solve our problem in food supply. Yeah. The biggest part of social agriculture, or the biggest advantage, yeah, promote food security and sustainable food system by supporting local and self-sufficient food productions. Let me see. This one is in Bantul, Yogyakarta. Yeah. This one is Salop, yeah. In coastal area in Bantul, in Kretek. I don't know. You have a field trip, yeah? Not yet. You can visit this site, the social movement of salad farming. Kretek, yeah, Kretek, yeah. This is in Kretek, yeah. Many people work together. Yeah, it means that the labor cost could be minimized by working together. Yeah. If you can minimize the cost and you can minimize the risk. Why on many places, but in this case I visited many places. Let me show you later. Yeah, Kretek is one of. This picture is tell us, yeah. The picture really tell us, but we can work together to face the same challenges in climate. Yeah. They have two components. Yeah. Community-based farming initiative. As a society, we have the same initiative to face the challenges in food productions. And then agricultural, cooperative, and social enterprises. They work as economic entities. So they, kooperasi. Yeah. Or if we have no cooperative, just give a boom, badan usaha milik bersama. What is it? BUM KUB, kelompok usaha bersama. Kelompok usaha bersama is yes, but if not legal, now only a few kooperasi tani because the legalization is difficult to fulfill. So they use without legalizations, they establish the KUB, kelompok usaha bersama means business group, small business groups among the farmer. Two components: initiatives, a social movement, and the second is business entities that manage together. Now climate change review. Now we face you have take a look for this data and so on. This one. This is in Sleman in Sayegan district. Now Sayegan, you have to visit there. They have a culinary many local culinary that very interesting. Previous years they can manage rice 3 times a year, but nowadays just 2 times. It means the lower productions of rice we will face. 3 times plantation period, but now we have only 2 times. You can imagine the decreasing of productions and the flood in the same times. This is the same time. This is in May. This is in September. This is in October. This is in Bojonegoro, East Java. At the same time, we have faced 2 phenomena: the drought and the flood. This is the impact of climate change on agriculture. And this is the most dangerous effect in agriculture. Pests, the effects of insect pests. Now, insect and pests more aggressive. They can attack more intensively. They are now being resistant with pesticides. Here in East Java, in Ngawi, now they have what they call a warang. Warang this place. Warang, I don't know the English, but this is the most dangerous effect that farmer faces now, according to climate changes. More resistant pests. They are more resistant and generate more intensively. Extraordinary pests now. What do you call? Leaf hopper. Leaf hopper. And what are the impact on communities and food systems? Now we face until yellow coral, soil and water biodiversity, food production now loss in yield, changes in nutrients, reduced shelf life. And the following impacts we will face in long term. We will face in long term: heat stress, eco anxiety, water related disease. This is a long term effect. But now in the blue one, poor diet due to stress on livelihoods. Maybe you have seen the data about the undernutrition, stunting in Indonesia. Yeah, this is the real effect. Yes, cyclical. Yeah, this is the cyclical. This is cyclical. Why the intersection matter between social movements, social agriculture, and climate change? Yeah, social agriculture can strengthen the community resilience. Our farmer is poor society. Yeah, they have constraint to access the resources. That's why strengthened community can be implemented by building resilience by social agriculture. The second intersection is supporting food security. Yeah. Localized farming and cooperative model reduce reliance on external food resources. We call it LEISA, low external input, so sustainable agriculture. The sustainable agriculture is low external input. Use internal or the localized resources. Even for the fertilizer. Yeah. Later I will tell you about the salmon practices. Salmon. You can visit. Now this is the practices. The general concept is two components, adaptation and mitigations. Yeah. Later you can take a look detailedly. But we are, as in agricultural faculty, we move around this green area. Yeah. Yeah. The movement. The vegan movement. Vegan. Consume vegan. Consume vegan. Yeah. Renewable. Vegan. I think healthy. No. Where is the vegan? No, vegan. Maybe we can take the similarity. It's connected. Responsible. Vegan. Healthy ecosystem is not. Yeah, later we will include the vegan as a responsible diets. Responsible diets. Vegan is responsible. Responsible diets could be in in this area, in green area. Yeah, responsible diets. Vegan is vegan relies on the local food or no? Yes. Okay. Yeah, responsible production and responsible diets. Okay. I think in the green one we can include the responsible diets. Yeah. The role of social agriculture in climate change enhance community relation, promoting sustainable techniques, strengthen and so on. But I will show you, that we have barriers and constraints and challenges that we face. Why this social movement is difficult to implement in Indonesia or in another countries? Because our farmers are poor and low educated society. And they face three common barriers: financial and resource barrier, technological challenges, social and cultural. This is why the social agriculture really difficult or it's very challenging to be implemented in Indonesia. But our ancestors, our old value, ancient value, we call it that, inherit the best practices. One of them is Suba. Suba is in Tabanan and Gianyar. Tabanan and Gianyar is the most secure of food, the most resilient area or regions in Indonesia in terms of food security. What is Suba? Suba is community, not the irrigation system. Suba is community. And they have a core principle, Trihita Karana. We have to be friendly with people, with another creators, and with environment. If our agricultural practices did not accommodate this value, they will face the karma. The karma, it means the feedback of our attitude and behavior. They have a cooperative in water management, and Suba now support agricultural productivity in Bali. And the top tier of food security in Indonesia is in Bali regions now. And the second is in Samin. It is the good practices of LESA, low external input sustainable agriculture. They produce their own fertilizer, they use the seed that they cultivate, and they preserve biodiversity by cultivating resilient plant. They didn't use any artificial technology. They preserve their local resources. Samin in Central Java. And the second, Cipta Gelar. Cipta Gelar, they can guarantee that they can consume their own food more than 500 years because they have a food barn. They have a food barn. It can supply them for more than 500 years in case there is no harvest. Cipta Gelar, it's very, very sustainable. They can adapt on climate changes. By preserving biodiversity. And now in Yogyakarta we are surgeon planting. This multi-crops or diversified plantations that can reduce the climate risk in their farm. I think I have to read a special word from Ban Ki-moon. Climate changes isn't an abstract issue. This is the real issues now. It's going to impact every human being on the planet, especially those who rely on agriculture. And time is up. Thank you. See you later.
Thank you, Pak GIlang. Very interesting, right? But the food supply, and I think one of the biggest question is why haven't we been able to adapt some of those resilient changes that's made in several communities into wider areas of Indonesia. So we'll ask Pak GIlang about that later, but we'll move on with the next speaker first. We've got Dr. Renee Lorica online. Hello there. All right, thank you very much for joining us today, Dr. Lorica. So Dr. Lorica is an academician at National University of Singapore, and she did her bachelor degrees in forestry, and then subsequently did a master's study in conservatory biology, and then she completed her Ph.D. in the area of agriculture, health, and environment. So she's very fit to the theme today for the third panel to talk to us about the response, innovations in the area of agriculture to climate change around us. And she'll be telling us more stories about what examples of innovation that will be important for us, especially for Asian people who are eating this type of food normally every day, about rice that we eat as our main staple food. Dr. Lorica, are you ready? Time's yours.
Apologies, I was trying to figure out how to unmute myself. Give me a moment to get back to that. Selamat siang semuanya. Terima kasih banyak also for having me here today to share with you some of the work that we did at the International Rice Research Institute. So earlier I was introduced to be from NUS, but this afternoon I'm going to put on a different hat, which is my previous employment and my research at IRRI, where I caught the tail end of the Irrigated Rice Consortium. It was more known at the time as IRC, that then became CORIGAP, which is an acronym for Closing Rice Yield Gaps with Reduced Environmental Footprint in Asia project. So I am mostly going to be talking about rice. But before I dive into the paddy, and I'm probably going to be repeating some of the things that Pak GIlang has mentioned earlier, let's first talk about how big is the agricultural footprint. And I'm going to be touching on some of the points that Pak GIlang already mentioned. However, I probably will be emphasizing on some of those points. Now, there is actually several ways to answer this question. And first off is land, and Pak GIlang already mentioned earlier. As you probably know, only 29% of the entire planet is land, and only 76% is habitat. Now, out of that 76%, half is already occupied by agriculture. If we put that in a map, and a little bit of a note here, right? If you try, because the earth is round, right? And if you try to expand that to flatten it out, you're probably going to see some distortion, which is why some of the top portions you'll notice here are a bit squished. But anyways, just try to imagine if you put together all the land where we raise domestic animals, so all the pastures, all that brown in there, the brown bits, you will come up with a landmass the size of the continent of Africa. If you put together all the land that we use to grow our crops, all the green ones here, you will come up with a land the size of South America. Now that's just land. What about water? Agriculture, as Pak GIlang mentioned earlier, draws about 70% of the available fresh water. 20% goes to industry, 10% goes to household. Now, let me emphasize that bit, available, because only this part, 1% of fresh water in the entire planet is actually accessible or available. Now, what about biodiversity? Let's look at that in terms of biomass then, which is basically just your living organisms measured in tons of carbon. You won't see that here because this figure came out in 2018. However, in 2020, there was a paper that came out saying about 10% of plant biomass, the entire plant biomass, is actually agriculture, crops, according to Elakam, Ben Uri, Grozovsky, Baron, and Milo in 2020. Okay, but what about animals? We're going to have to zoom in then, because that's this little square here that you can barely see writing on. let's do that. Let's zoom that in. Most of animal biomass is actually arthropods, insects, spiders, and fish. But then I'm also interested in this square here. So let's zoom that out, zoom that in again. This square. Now, there is something wrong with this picture. And what is that? It is that livestock, we actually have more livestock than there are human beings on this planet. And if you look at wild mammals and wild birds, even more so, the balance is tipped towards livestock. To illustrate that further, if you look at the biomass of mammals, 60% are livestock, 30% are humans, and only 4% are wild mammals. In birds, 70% are chickens and other poultry. Only 30% are wild. For greenhouse gas emissions, energy takes the cap. Okay? However, agriculture emits 18.4% of greenhouse gases, 3 times what is emitted by industry. Okay? If we separate the greenhouse gas emissions by type, say, for example, nitrous oxide, agriculture is the winner. Methane, again, agriculture is the winner. Now, if we go to the meat of the matter, the focus of my talk on rice. How many of you have had your rice today? How many of you have rice at least once a day? Maybe once a week? I don't know. Probably very safe to say that as Asians, rice is a very important part of our diet. But rice is not just important to us Asians. It is also very important globally. Rice is the world's most important food crop and a primary source of food for more than half of the world's population. And more than 90% of the world's rice is actually grown and consumed in Asia, where 60% of the world's people live. Rice accounts for more than 20% of the global caloric intake. And if you go to Asia and some parts of the world, it could go from 35 to 75% of the calories consumed. Rice is grown in more than 100 countries, and we have about more than 100,010 varieties of rice. However, we mostly grow rice sativa. Having said all that, growing that much crop has a cost. Rice has been grown in Asia for thousands of years and is planted on about 154 million hectares annually, or about 11% of the world's cultivated land. It is the most important crop to millions of smallholder farmers. And irrigated lowland rice cultivation, which covers about more than half, about 56% of the total rice cropped area, produces about 76% of the world's total rice crop. Now, if you irrigate a lot, we consume between somewhere a quarter and a third of the world's freshwater resources. So think about that 1%, right? And think about rice being flooded continuously. Now, this over-extraction of groundwater for pumped irrigation to support rice and other production is already lowering our water tables. Rice actually accounts for about half, okay, of agriculture's annual irrigation use. That's just one crop. That's just rice. And that's just water. Now, the use and overuse of inorganic nitrogen and phosphorus fertilizers for rice contribute to soil and water contamination as does the application of many agrochemical biocides to control pests and diseases. And irrigated rice paddy fields are a major source of anoxic methane emissions, as well as other greenhouse gases that drive climate change and global warming. Now, the conversion of peat swamps, and this happens the world over, also drains these peat swamps. Planting rice in monoculture, which means you only have one crop in an extensive area, also contributes, and it's actually a major cause of biodiversity loss. Now, as you know, rice is both a driver of climate change, but is also negatively affected by it. So how do you manage to feed half the world while trying to mitigate the effect of rice production so as not to contribute to exacerbating climate change? And now we will be talking about, and as you've seen in Pak Gilang's presentation, adaptation and mitigation. In the context of rice, right? So what is adaptation? Basically, adaptation is the process of change whereby an organism becomes better suited to its environment. In the case of rice, it's the scientists who make it adapted to soil conditions that are probably tolerant to droughts, floods, salinity, but could still have higher yield. We have identified some examples here so that are distributed and being used by farmers in Indonesia. So for example, you have moderately salinity tolerant varieties in paddy 34 and 35. You have submergence tolerant varieties. So as you can see this photo, it's actually in a flooded condition, and these two varieties here can grow in that type of condition. We also have heat tolerant varieties, and this variety is actually, if I'm not mistaken, was developed in UGM. This second variety was developed together with the Philippine Rice Research Institute in the Philippines, and that's being used by farmers in the Philippines. Now, what about mitigation? Because rice is both a driver of climate change and also negatively affected by it, there are two ways I look at mitigation. One is mitigating the effect of climate change on rice and mitigating the effect of rice on climate change. And I find that hard to decouple, which is why I'm discussing both in this just one section. And we're going to go through each of these, right? So there are several of them. And first off is water management. So as we've been mentioning, rice is traditionally grown in flooded conditions, which consumes a lot of water, half of what agriculture uses for irrigation, including all other crops. So scientists have been advocating this water management technique called alternate wetting and drying, or called AWD. Farmers in Indonesia call it AWD. Basically, it entails a plastic water tube here that's about 30 centimeters long by 10 to 15 centimeters wide. You basically put it in the middle of your paddy where it's not too flooded, not towards the drain. And 1 to 2 weeks after transplanting, you allow the water to drop below 15 centimeters. The idea behind is because the soil actually still retains water, even though you cannot see it. And this has been studied in Erie and other scientists. And the benefits found is that it reduces water use significantly. And if you do that for upstream farmers, you have more water for redistribution for downstream farmers. There is also a lot of evidence that it reduces the emission of methane in rice because you dry the field intermittently. taken with other best management practices, there is evidence that AWD helps increase yield if employed properly, or there is actually no difference in yield with farmer practice. There is also a lot of evidence that AWD produces rice with less lodging. What is lodging? Basically, lodging is when your rice goes like that, if you have heavy rains or strong winds. And what AWD does, right, apparently, if you do not flood your fields continuously, AWD helps to strengthen the stem of the rice. That's why it lodges less, right? And lastly, we found, and this is actually part of my PhD research, that AWD has no effect on rodent pests whatsoever, because some farmers thought that if you dry your fields, then more rodents will come. That is not true. We have evidence of that not happening in our study fields. I did my PhD both in the Philippines and actually in Yogyakarta, in Minggir. That's where I had some of my fields. So pest management, now the intensification of monoculture of rice resulted in biodiversity loss, and with that comes pests and diseases, because there's no check and balance, right? And on top of that, you have overuse of pesticides, which basically killed your natural predators. Now we have been recommending several ways to mitigate the effect of pest management. For insect pests, we recommend ecological engineering. Basically, what you do, right, is you plant additional flowering plants in rice bunds. So bunds are your basically soil banks in between your paddies. And the idea is for you to attract natural enemies, which would then feed on your insect pests. Now, for golden apple snails, there's several ways. You manage your water. Unfortunately, AWD doesn't really help, because what golden apple snails tend to do when the field is dry is they tend to estivate. Estivate is basically when they tend to close up themselves in their shells, and then they burrow deep down and stay there until the field is flooded again. So it doesn't really help so much. But what you do want to do with water management is you watch the source of water, and you try and, because the eggs of the golden apple snail actually gets transported through the water, right? So you watch that. But also you could do hand picking with the community, and use of predators like ducks and fish. I've seen this, I'm not sure, I haven't seen this in Indonesia, but in the Philippines, we have duck farmers that are being hired by rice farmers to go into the field before sowing the seeds of rice, and then basically the ducks go through the field and eat the snails. For rodents, I'll be talking a little bit more on this later, because this is what I did for my PhD. We recommend ecologically based rodent management, or EBRM. But there are aspects in common for all these pest management techniques. Timing, it has to be properly timed, which also has to do with both the stage of the rice and the species. It also has to be species specific. We would like to use natural predators, or encourage natural predators to come in. And as Pa GIlang was emphasizing earlier, community-based. Now, for ecologically based rodent management, this has been a result of years of study in different areas, not just in Southeast Asia, in Asia, and the world over. The recommendation is you plant your crops synchronously. The idea for rice is within 2 weeks of each other, because what you basically want to do is you want to shorten the time when rice, which is equivalent to food for rats, will be available. We also recommend rat campaigns, community-based, and if farmers do use poisons, we have proper ways of doing that, because what we do not want is for farmers to misuse and overuse poisons or insecticides for that matter. It is also highly recommended that you clean the areas around the rice fields from booting to harvest and to plow land after harvest because you have all that straw. And the idea is you want to reduce the cover in food for pests, right? And then to extend the fallow period, or basically the resting time between one rice crop to another or one rice crop to another crop. We understand, though, that this could be difficult for some farmers because sometimes the income comes into the picture, right? And then, of course, encouraging predators. So this would be your snakes, your birds of prey like owls, hawks, eagles, etc. And in some countries where humans eat rats, sorry, then we also encourage that. Of course, taking into consideration if the rats ingested poison. So we don't wanna ingest poison, right? Okay. So nutrient management, as we mentioned earlier, it contributes to soil and water contamination. And what we actually want to do is to reduce the use of fertilizers to a level that is actually going to be efficiently used up by the rice plant. Now, we have several ways to do that, and this is a leaf color chart. It's a plastic strip with color panels, which the farmer, as you can see, he's trying to compare the color of the leaf to the different nitrogen content at different stages of rice. Now, based on the greenness of the leaf, the farmer can adjust the nitrogen fertilizer to reach the desired yield level. Now, there are also digital tools that have been developed that are already being used by rice farmers. And these tools, such as the Rice Crop Manager, the Nutrient Expert, Rice Advice, they are user-friendly, straightforward nutrient management recommendations for rice farmers. Now, mechanization. So we also highly recommend mechanizing the operations in rice farming, considering also the shortage of labor and high cost of labor. Now, starting with land preparation. This is laser leveling. You want a properly leveled field when establishing crop because you want to be able to, because this affects water management, crop lodging. It also affects the distribution of nutrients when you apply nutrients or pesticides. Our studies indicate that application of laser leveling increases land use efficiency 3 to 6%, saves irrigation water because you have a really good level field 20 to 40%, increases fertilizer and pesticide use by 10 to 13%, and also increases rice yield 10 to 13%. That's just leveling. Now, for crop establishment, what you're seeing here is a rice transplanter. You want to use scale-appropriate and site-specific sowing options. So as you can see, this is a mechanized transplanter. That technique helps increase seeding precision because it goes through the field in proper intervals. It also helps with the vigor of the seedlings, thereby also increasing yield. Now, that practice also reduces seed rate because you have specific number of panicles that are planted per rice, right? And then it reduces fertilizer and pesticide use, water use, and also carbon footprint. Right? Now, harvest. This is a combine harvester. Now, in Southeast and South Asia, there are two common practices for harvesting rice. One is manual cutting and then threshing it mechanically, and the second is this combine harvesting. Now, the traditional practice of the manual cutting and mechanical threshing causes higher grain loss because one, you delay the harvest, and two, you delay the transportation of rice between cutting and threshing. A very good example is what we've witnessed in Myanmar a few years ago. So what farmers do there is they harvest their rice and they carry the harvested rice in specific piles in a field, and they leave them there. While those piles are there, they prepare the field for planting pulses. Now, what happens to the rice that is left in the field? So it's exposed to sun, rain, rats, birds, etc. So you actually not only lower the quality of the grains when you leave the rice there, you're also lowering the quantity. So when we did that experiments, we had farmers doing simulating that type of harvest, and they were able to see how much rice is actually being lost. Okay. Now, if you use a combine harvester, this allows you to cut the crop, thresh, and clean in one operation. So basically, if you notice this is the grain being temporarily stored on board the combine and discharged into bags. The straw, on the other hand, is either discharged behind or in the side. And some combine harvesters actually have straw choppers. And what happens then is as the combine goes through the field harvesting, behind it, you'll see the straw being laid out really nicely. I've seen a combine harvester wherein it churns out straw that is already tied for collection, so that really helps. And the proper use of combine harvester significantly reduces harvesting and post-harvest losses by reducing that time between cutting, threshing, and transportation. Now, straw, which is a byproduct of rice harvest. Rice farmers have three traditional ways of dealing with straw. They pile them in the fields, they burn them, or they incorporate them. Now, open field burning of rice straw effectively removes large volume of biomass. It helps control weeds and a variety of pests and diseases. However, research indicates that the advantages of burning are actually offset by the disadvantages, which includes nutrient loss, depletion of soil organic matter, and reduction of beneficial soil biota. Not to mention, if you burn rice straw, right, it also causes greenhouse gas emissions. Now, what about the incorporation of rice straw into the paddy? Unfortunately, if it is not done improperly and effectively, it can result in a decrease in production efficiency and an actual increase in greenhouse gas emissions. Now, some farmers do not do this, so they burn them instead, which is also not good, right? But if farmers actually choose to incorporate the rice straw in the next planting, there is an available technology. Basically, it is a fungal inoculum. And what you do is you spread this fungal inoculum, and that facilitates straw. There is a combine harvester that is being used in Vietnam, whereby they not only chop the rice straw, they also have a way of spraying the inoculum to the chopped straw to foster its decomposition. So if you don't pile, you don't burn, you don't incorporate, what do? Well, if you collect straw, you can use it as animal feed, or you can use it to produce mushrooms. I've seen farmers do this a lot in the Philippines and Vietnam. And it also adds income, right, to rice farmers using what is a waste, which is the straw, to them. Or you can use it to produce fuel such as this briquette or this biochar. Now, for post-harvest, so what do you do after harvest? You dry the rice, because the rice grain actually attracts moisture. And if you're living in a tropical country, and you're very well aware of that, our atmosphere is very humid. Sometimes it reaches 95 to 100%. So we don't want that to happen, because that will cause molding, insects, and germination or vigor losses if you're growing rice for seeds. Now, so you want to reduce the moisture by drying. And I've also seen this in the Philippines and sometimes in Indonesia. Sometimes if you have an area that is, concrete, farmers would basically dry their rice in there. That's fine. However, we probably want to hasten the drying, because we want to get the rice to the mill, right? So we have developed technology called the flatbed. This is a flatbed dryer, basically, okay? And a solar bubble dryer, which does not use any electricity other than what is produced by the solar panel. Now, after drying, you have to store the rice. And in order for you to store it better and protect it from elements, we recommend a hermetically sealed bag like this Erie Super bag over here. There are other brands, of course. Now, to put all of that into context, there have been several countries that we worked with in Quarry Gap in Southeast Asia. And I will start with Indonesia. We had 3 areas with different challenges to each of them. So in Yogyakarta, the challenges at the time were excessive fertilizer and seed rates, water shortage, pest and diseases, and labor shortage. In South Sumatra, the problems that they're dealing with there is labor shortage, rodent and weed infestation, seawater intrusion, because we were doing this near the coastal areas, and lack of drying facilities. In North Sumatra, the issue there was the use of same varieties over and over again. Now, there were 3 phases of Quarry Gap in Indonesia, and we worked closely with what was then the Indonesian Agency for Agricultural Research, also involving the Indonesian Center for Food Crops Research and Development, and the Assessment Institute for Agricultural Technology. The first phase involves the introduction of innovations. Second phase is the scaling up, so we reach more farmers, and phase 3 is the documentation of lessons learned. And the goal is to close the gap in rice productivities by optimizing the application of existing research and development innovation in agriculture. So these are the different innovations. These are the different innovations that was applied in these 3 sites. And through the Layanan Konsultasi Padi, we were able and this Layanan Konsultasi Padi is an accumulation of all these innovations, okay? Working with the Indonesian Agency for Agricultural Research and Development, we saw that there was 31% increase in rice productivity for irrigated paddy fields, 23% increase for rain-fed paddy fields, and 62% increase in rice productivity for tidal swamp paddy fields. So that's really, really good news for Indonesia. Now, for Thailand, we have a different set of challenges. One is decreasing rice production that is caused by droughts and unpredictable weather, which is just going to be exacerbated by climate change. there's heavy reliance in Thailand on chemical pesticides and fertilizers. Right? And there is also a shortage of labor, thereby increasing the cost of labor, thereby increasing production rates, thereby increasing the price of rice. So the best management practices for Thailand that was identified are these. Sorry. Now, what are the benefits? So CROP is the cost reduction operating principles mixed with all these other ones, right? Now, what are the benefits? For crops, for crop only, there's 64% lower fertilizer use, 24% higher income per season versus farmer practice. If you add direct seeding to crop, there is 67% lower seed rates and also higher income. Now, if you add forced AWD, and the reason why it's forced, we didn't force the farmers to do this, okay? The reason why it's forced at that time is because there was water shortage. So the farmers were actually forced to use AWD. Higher yields were still achieved, right? If you use the PGPR, which is a biofertilizer, there is 79% higher net income and 57% better nitrogen use efficiency. Whichever you use, all of these crop treatments resulted to 28% lower pesticide use, 60% lower seed rate, 41% lower nitrogen fertilizer use, and 19% lower production costs compared with farmer practice. So that's for Thailand. Now, moving on to Vietnam, there is this practice called the 1M5R. Now, this evolved from the 3R3G. That's a lot of acronyms, I know, but bear with me. 3R3G is 3 reductions, 3 gains. That was started in the province of Kanto and the Mekong River Delta. Now, 1M5R stands for one must do. One must do 5 reductions. One must do is certified seeds. 5 reduction is reduction in seed rate, reduction in fertilizer use, reduction in pesticide use, reduction in water use, and reduction in post-harvest losses. Now, this 1M5R was ratified by the Ministry of Agriculture and Rural Development in 2013. And farmers had to demo 1M5R to be able to subscribe to the Vietnam Sustainable Agricultural Transformation Project, or the VN-SAT, which is a World Bank-funded initiative implemented in the Mekong River Delta from 2017 to 2021. Now, what are the benefits of 1M5R? It increased net income by 19% while cutting costs by 23%, which means farmers have higher income, right? There were a lot of smallholder farmers that shifted to 1M5R, about 113,000 hectares in the Mekong River Delta. 99% of the farmers used combine harvester, 85% of them used the reduced seed rate, and 45% of them used AWD. Now, we understand that not all have adopted 1M5R, even if it was clearly beneficial to the farmers, and they have identified some of these issues as the lack of technical equipment, access to certified seeds, possible pest outbreak, and lack of access to reliable source of irrigation or drainage. So those are the case studies that have been done through CORIGAP in Southeast Asia using these innovations, and there is clear benefit to them. Clear benefit of higher income for farmers, lower input use, and also lowering greenhouse gas emission of rice production. Now, it is easy to think of rice as something that's on your plate, or if you're a farmer, then it's just a crop or just a commodity existing on its own. In order for us to continue feeding the growing population amidst a changing climate, then the rice environment must be perceived and treated as an ecosystem where everything is related. Production, transportation, consumption, it's a cycle. One affects the other. Rice is affected by the change in climate, but its production, transportation, and consumption is also one of the leading uses. Thank you very much, and I'm happy to take in your questions if you have any.
Thank you very much, Dr. Lorica. That was a very eye-opening presentation, actually. I mean, I never thought of that. So many innovation and efforts to produce the rice that we so much time, I think, for many occasions taken for granted that we can find it so easily, and we think that it's so simple just to plant it and that's it on the plate. But then there's so many efforts to make sure that it's something that's sustainable. It's not, increasing the burden of the planet as well. So we've got a few minutes time left. If you have any questions, anyone from the audience, you're welcome to Pak GIlang and Dr. Lorica as well. Any question, guys? Sure.
Thank you. Yeah, thank you. Maybe not only question but also suggestion how if we consider the Pak GIlang said about responsible diet added as one R to reduce the rice consumption, because rice is very egoist plant, egoist from the production into the cooking process.
So it takes up lots of resources in producing the rice as part of our diet.
Yes. If we change rice to tubers, we can grow tubers in our house. I have grow tubers, sweet cassava in front of my house, kebun.
Yeah.
So we can build a family ketahanan pangan if we don't have to depend on rice.
Yeah. So you're suggesting now that we need to start diversifying our diet, so not only depending on rice as the main staple food.
Yes.
So, yeah.
But that's not tidak dengan mengurangi bahwa penelitian tadi sangat bagus.
Yeah. Okay.
Terima kasih.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Any other question, fellas? No? If you don't have any question, I've got one question each for Pak GIlang and Dr. Lorica. First, I think Dr. Lorica's presentation about all of these innovation, the efforts that's been done to improve the production of rice and then making sure that it's not become the main burden for lots of us. But if we compare it to other methods that are more traditional, that are sustainable, is there any research around that area comparing the traditional to the more innovative one, the examples that you've mentioned earlier within your presentation, and how are they in terms of effectivity and costs and burden-wise towards climate change? And for Pak GIlang, you've mentioned some examples of adoption of sustainable farming in different parts of Indonesia, but my question is, why haven't we seen this in other parts of Indonesia? Why is it only localized in Bali, in West Java, in some part of Central Java? Why hasn't it widespread to other areas? Because if that works, why other communities don't adopt that? What are the main barriers that prevent us from adopting these innovations? Okay, maybe we start from Dr. Lorica first.
Traditional ways to grow a mango. So a lot of the mangoes in Africa was actually created for irrigating those areas. Some of our rice are actually grown on land in a drier condition. And so some of the traditional ways to grow is that they actually do not apply. So we stick with the traditional ways for upland rice growing. However, there is one tradition in growing rice that probably would want to reduce it. and that is water. So as you probably noticed, traditionally, rice is grown in geography. From our studies, it was not being grown that way. Sorry, am I being heard clearly, or is there a problem with the audio?
Um, yeah, yeah. I think the audio is breaking up a little bit, Dr. Lorica, for the last parts of your explanation earlier.
Okay. So I'm sorry, I'll just repeat myself.
Sure.
Is that better?
Yeah, that much better now. Yeah.
Okay, great. So what I was saying earlier, that a lot of these technologies and innovations have been developed for lowland irrigated rice. Some of them are actually not applicable, say for example, for upland rice, right? The traditional way of growing rice in these environments are probably better, and we should stick to them. However, um, there is one traditional way of growing rice in the lowland that we probably want to go away from. And that is continuously flooding the rice field as it grows. Because apparently, it does not need to be continuously flooded if it's a lowland irrigated rice. A lot of our studies indicate that alternate wetting and drying is a really good way to manage water and also help reduce the carbon footprint of rice. So there's
So perhaps the way forward is combining the good traditional method with more innovative ways that reduce the burden of
and I totally
plantation.
agree with diversifying diets, right? Right, and also responsible diets as well. In the Philippines, we have this program by the Philippine Rice Research Institute, which we call Rice Responsible. So basically, being responsible in eating rice, so you reduce food waste, but also try and diversify your diet, as the lady earlier was saying. Thank you.
Okay, that's very interesting.
Yes. Okay, I will respond for the significance questions. Why traditional ways for our farmers difficult to replicate in many areas in Indonesia and other global society? First one is orientations of our government. Firstly, traditional way is typically rely on manual labor and natural resources, and it reflected by low productivity, and many governments cannot guarantee the food supply from this traditional way because of high demands now. And the traditionals or social agriculture typically also a subsistence. It seems as a backwardness of our modern way, that the modern technology is the best farms practices as a government's or many societies opinions. And the major part of the difficulties is our diets. Our diets now offer intake. I think we consume carbohydrates. It means rice, wheat, and other cereals. Yeah, it is cash crops. Cash crop is commercial crop, and it differs farmers' behavior. They implement many, or they utilize a synthetic substance for the farms. It means unsustainable farms practices. And what is the best part for replicate the traditional way? The government's policies. The government policies into it, producers and consumers. And consumers, we have to campaign the responsible diet. we have high diabetes, or high triglyceride consumes behavior in our consumers. And in producer, we have to campaigns sustainable practices, lowering the synthetic inputs and other external inputs. I think that's the one part.
Yes, yes. Can you please use the mic so we can hear?
Mr. Gilang, have you ever heard the story of Kalirejo in Kulon Progo? Yes, there is a school that practicing organic fertilizer, and they can have good production. In the constraint of traditional way is the amount of production. And in Kalirejo, they have overcome the constraint, but it takes time to fertilize the soil. That's the biggest chance to fertilize the soil. If the soil have sudah terpulihkan tanahnya, then the result of the yes.
Okay. Thank you very much for the information. Now let's give a big applause to Dr. Lorica and Pak GIlang for their excellent speeches. Thank you very much, Dr. Lorica. Really appreciate you. And Pak GIlang as well. Thank you for joining us today. I'll hand over the time back to Mas Yopi.
Okay, so once again, give a big round of applause for Pak Tony, Pak GIlang, and also Renee. Thank you so much for joining with us in the summer course 2024. And guys, that was the second day of summer course on lecture sessions. After this, you will have a short meeting with your field supervisor by appointment. You can meet him or her using Zoom, or you can meet him or her directly. It's just up to you. Depend on your groups, okay? And for tomorrow, there will be 2 more panel left for tomorrow. And tomorrow we will start at 8 p.m. in the same place, okay? So, see you tomorrow. Setelah ini, cek. Setelah ini teman-teman bisa bertemu dengan DPL sesuai dengan janjinya masing-masing.